With Here, Liv. Server room, identify perimeter breach. Over.
Where you go? Where you go?
Withdraw your men.
Say again, Grim.
I'm going in. My turn.
What's going on?
What the? Impossible.
Didn't think you spooked this easy.
Micro recon drones. Cute.
You forgot this. The data key on your jugular.
You were saying?
What was on that server?
QCR shipment records. Question is, who wants eyes on it? And why?
Welcome, operators. The time has come. Ubisoft has teamed up with the Esports Club to create a comprehensive esports ecosystem in South Asia for Tom-Clancys-Rainbow-Six-Siege. Over the course of the year, players from all over the region will have the opportunity to partake in events as they work to earn a spot in the brand new South Asian Nationals. The South Asian competitive ecosystem will consist of two stages, the TEC Pro Series and the main event that is the South Asia Nationals. Players and teams from across South Asia will join in a new set of events called the Esports Club Pro Series for Rainbow-Six-Siege. These events will have 3 editions: spring, summer, and fall. Each carries its own prize pool of $2,000, but more importantly, grants the top 8 teams coveted SA Nationals qualifier points. After the conclusion of the TEC Pro Series Fall Edition, the 8 teams with the highest number of SA Nationals qualifier points collected throughout the year will move on to play the first ever edition of the new South Asia Nationals for Rainbow-Six-Siege. The South Asia Nationals represents the highest tier of competition in the region and carries a prize pool of $10,000 split among the top teams. The event will be divided into 2 phases. First, all 8 teams will compete against each other in the league stage in a round-robin system with best of 3 matches and no possibility of a draw. The winning team receives 2 points and the losing team will receive 1 consolation point if they manage to win a map. At the end of the league stage, the top 4 teams will move on to the playoffs, where they will face off in a best-of-3 double elimination bracket. The grand finals will be a best-of-5 contest to determine the 2022 champion of the South Asia Nationals. We hope you're as excited as we are to get this started. To be sure you don't miss any important updates about Rainbow Six Esports in South Asia, follow the Esports Club on Instagram and Twitter, as well as the official Twitter handle R6 Esports SA. Welcome, one and all. We're back for the South Asia Nationals for Rainbow Six Siege. Of course, the group stages of which, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac Gaming, hosted here at the Esports Club, and alongside our broadcast partner, Loco. I'm your host, Blackjack. Joining me once again is my co-host, Aggressive, as we are back for the last time for group stages. That is correct, folks. It's day 14, the final day, and the final 2 matches of groups. The final version of the groups of the points table will be put in place, and of course the players will be getting the prizes from 5th to 8th position in the prize pool will be determined today as well. The teams, I should say, and of course 1st and 4th, while they'll be set in place, of course who will take those final positions is going to be seen in the playoffs itself. Anywhere between $5,000, $3,000, $1,000, or $700 US. MVP gets 500 of their own as well, so a lot to fight for as we move into the teams. As you can see, these 8 teams, only 4 of which will go forward after the final group stage day today, folks. It's been a long journey indeed. It's been a long couple weeks of groups, and we're finally here. The right half of your screen, that's what you'll be looking at today. Hunters versus KIRA, the first game, and the final group stage game, Phalanx versus Won't Stop Peaking. Aggressive. It's been a long couple weeks. Now we're on the last group stage day. How are we feeling?
Honestly, I'm pretty hyped. The journey's been pretty tough for a lot of these teams, and we expected a lot of dark horses to show up. But at the end of the day, here is where the real kings will be crowned, at least for the top 4. We're going to be guaranteeing pretty much each and every position. I do believe that KIRA are completely safe. We're going to be jumping on down over to the standings soon enough. And for Hunters and KIRA, I think they're both pretty safe. Nothing's really going to be changing about both of these squads. But for the second half of the stream, that's where the teams are really going to be fighting. Because at that stage, you're fighting for placements instead of trying to head on over onto playoffs. Everything's been pretty much set in stone, more or less. So in a way, for the Hunters and of course KIRA, they're pretty much guaranteed. There's no way that Won't Stop Peaking are going to be able to catch up to them, even if they take a 2-0 victory. But for now, the seeding is still up in the air, because if KIRA are able to take down the Hunters on a 2-0, they're going to be able to possibly take the 2nd seed away from the Shaheens because of the round differentials. There's a chance.
That is true. There always is that chance. Even if KIRA have lost more games than the Shaheens have, the round differential could potentially go their way in a tie-up for the points. Hunters will retain their top spot, of course, because they are yet to drop a single map in the group stages, folks. As we go into the map veto, speaking of which, it is once again an SA Classic, or a variation of the SA Classic, Clubhouse, Chalet, and Oregon, with Hunters attacking on both Clubhouse and Chalet, KIRA attacking on Oregon. Of course, this is very interesting to me that KIRA Esports have decided to take Hunters to Clubhouse of all maps, especially given Hunters' performance on Clubhouse the other day against the Shaheens. I'm pretty sure that both that map and Oregon should be no-brainers to ban. MercenarieZ took Hunters all the way to a 6-5, 7-5. Hunters still won, right? But it was a 7-5. MercenarieZ fought hard on Bank and Chalet. So that Chalet map number 2, that's going to be very interesting. But map 1, Clubhouse, oh boy, KIRA, I'm not too sure about this. Sure, they love Clubhouse, and they've been very good on Clubhouse before too. But we said roughly the same about the Shaheens on Oregon, and well, look at where that landed them. So it's going to be a tough fight for KIRA Esports nonetheless, as Hunter as well. As we've seen, they are not taking any prisoners today, folks.
Sometimes going for the much more comfortable map is not really the best pickup, especially going up against Team Hunters calibers. They look rejuvenated after their trip over to Thailand. They're now back here. They mean business, and they're quite angry as well. But like putting that aside, the team just feels as though they have a completely different identity. They're no longer the same old hunters that we knew them to be. They're trying out new strategies. They're switching up their operators and what they normally play. And that's what I love. The fact that they're trying to evolve out of the slump that they were in the past. They don't want to go in for the good old SA strategies. They're trying something new. They're trying to evolve. They're trying to adapt, which is a pretty good thing because now other teams, they're going to try to catch up to the hunters and they're going to start switching up their own compositions. I really hope that KIRA did their homework of what happened to the Shaheens in the past, because I do believe that the ban phase for both of these squads, they will be drastically different in comparison to the normal Clubhouse bans. Because if it's not really any different coming in from KIRA, we could be looking at quite a few problems because KIRA need a specific strategy that really goes outside of the box to take down the hunters. We've seen this before. The Shaheens lost 7-1 to the hunters here.
Yeah.
Because the Shaheens, they were trying to play good old-fashioned siege, while the hunters, they were forming Einstein's equation on the side.
Yeah, the Hunters were just taking no prisoners that day, and today is going to be largely similar. I mean, sure, we did mention how in the Mercenaries fight yesterday, Hunters did have 7-5 and 7-5, both maps, but they still won. Mercenaries still couldn't take the map off of them. And mind you, even when it got to the 6-5, Hunters were still as cool as a cucumber, all things considered. So we'll have to see how KIRA Esports fares today, folks, because we're not going to be wasting any more time. That is correct. Let's get into map number 1, Clubhouse, picked by KIRA Esports. They are the ones on the defense. Hunters are on the attack. And of course, these two rosters, I mean, they don't need any introduction, but might as well give them one anyway. From the side of the Hunters LFO, we've got Jittery, Sandy, Beat, Rattler, and Venpai swapping in today. And from the side of KIRA Esports, we've got a Vidvi, Vortex, Shrisha, Aturv, and Death Ummer. Yes, you are right. Sparko is not playing today for whatever reason. Hopefully we'll see him back for map 2. Maybe, maybe not, as the bans have come off. The first one from KIRA. This one is a bit expected for Clubhouse. It is going to be Maverick.
They don't really want to deal with these hatches being opened up by the Maverick. Let's say if you have a hard breacher such as the Hibana, you still have an opportunity to at least stop them from opening up the hatch, correct? But against the Maverick, you don't really have that kind of luxury. Pretty smart bans all around. Thatcher being banned out, pretty standard as well, if you want to hold onto CCTV without any form of issues. Now, here's where the real interesting parts are going to be coming in. What do you want to ban on the defense? Do you really want to ban out the Kaid? Or do you want to keep it open? Because KIRA are on the defensive side, and KIRA, they now have the option. If they let that Kaid go, they'll have a very strong defense, while the Hunters are going to have a tough time trying to break into it. But they're pretty much making their own attack side pretty weak if they don't ban out the Kaid here.
Yep. That's the main thing about this ban right now. I have a strong feeling it'll probably be the Kaid. KIRA would probably still like to take on the...
Oh, I told you. I told you.
All right. They've decided to let go of Azami today. That's interesting because Azami has become such a staple of Clubhouse, right? Whenever you play Clubhouse, you see Azami on so many different areas like new types of holes inside of cache and garage walkway for CCTV side. You've got gym bedroom that can be reinforced much more significantly with the Azami as well. And of course, you've got the entire shelves and boxes area for basement arsenal that becomes so much more of a fortress with the Azami available. KIRA deciding to hamper their own defense so that they don't have to deal with the Hunters playing that particular operator. They will be bringing the Kaid, they will be bringing the Bandit, so of course breaching the walls and hatches will become that much more difficult for attacking teams right now. Hunters and KIRA, this works both ways, mind you, as that Azami ban, that opens up the two-way street. That is the inclusion of every single anti-breach tool that the defenders now have access to. Sure, you could say that Azami can be used to plug up breaches and all that, but of course, any kind of soft breach can take care of the Kiba barrier, so it's not really the intended or even preferred use of those barriers. You'd rather just do site reconstruction, pop up cover, and make some really nasty angles with those, you know, kunai knives. So yeah. Mira, yeah, actually, no Mira now that I look at it. So that's interesting as well. KIRA deciding not to go for that operator off the gate, understandably so. Mira doesn't get played too often, so they're probably still not too used to having a Mira available. Looking at the Hunter side, though, they've got themselves a Lion. Beat bringing in that operator. But Sandy goes down first. Deathamer, all the way from club entry, will go and get that first spawn peak. That's Sandy gone. Huge, huge drop right now. That's your sledge. Soft breach grenades gone.
Yeah, not having those grenades are just going to make this entry even more difficult, especially going up against a bandit. We know how strong Vortex can be when it comes down to his bandit tricks. He can just wait, he can just chill. Plus, now he doesn't have to worry about the grenades, just popping him in more ways than one. Okay. All right, the Lion's in. Goodbye. Good night. That's a throw. But what? Otrov still is alive. What just happened here?
Otrov has not gone down. He's going to be revived. And the bandit, Vortex, finding that kill.
How is he still alive?
Oh, that's gotta hurt.
What's
there goes
happening?
Yuri as well. Hunters. I'm not sure what the thinking was from them here, but that's one way to start, I guess. There's a minute 20 on the clock, and Venpai stuck outside the building. No breach, no entry, no soft holes, nothing have been made. It's just wow. Complete breakdown of the Hunters, whatever they wanted to do. Again, it's very hard for me to pin down what the idea was for the Hunters right now. And now, of course, you've got two players trying to chase down this Thermite. They will do so. Vidwi gets that kill, and what a way to start for KIRA Esports. A flawless round win, all right. It's very clear to me, at the very least, that KIRA have seen what the Hunters did against Shaheens the other day, and they have decided, you know what, we're putting the pedal to the metal right off the get-go. As, you know, that definitely seems to have caught Hunters off guard a little bit, but let's see how they bounce back. We're into round 2.
I'm just pleasantly surprised of what just happened in this round. Sani got taken down. They wanted to make a play by running into the site. We jumped in as a Lion into CCTV, trying to get the kill onto the bandit, but it just didn't work. The bandit completely bamboozled him. That made no sense. Thrav was the one who got taken down from the side.
Yeah, you know, actually,
that one particular fight just completely threw me away.
Yeah, you know what I think actually about that? Beat probably, like you said, right, expected the bandit to be on the wall, tricking, right? Because they sent the call, they sent the E1D scan both at the same time. That was like intentionally done for Beat to jump in. But they have the Kaid, and I'm pretty sure Hunters knew that they had the Kaid, but I don't think they knew that the main CC wall was artillered rather than bandit battery, right? So what was blocking them was not bandit batteries, it was artillers from the Kaid. So when they tried to pop the EMPs and get in, it didn't work because they tried the strat for a completely different hole than what was actually there. That's why Beat got bamboozled. That's how Hunters lost so much ground so early. At least that's how I feel true about that run.
No, I agree with you because there were no bandit batteries at the bottom. The Kaid electro claws were up on the top. Oh, that's what happened. I'm pretty sure that Beat threw all of the EMPs onto the floor expecting bandit batteries.
Onto the floor. Yep.
That's why Beat just tried to force the engagement. That is really smart gameplay coming in from KIRA. Taking both of the entry denials all in one go. Now that is what you call proper adaptation. The Hunters didn't even know what hit them, but for Sandy, maybe he's gonna get taken down and he's in no man's land. There's absolutely no one to try check for him, and then the Mars just casually walking away with kills. KIRA, what are you doing out here, buddy? Because they're making things happen.
This is uncharacteristic of the Hunters, to say the least, right?
They're going in alone.
Okay, yeah. Everyone was going in alone. Nobody droned the side of the club, right? Like, at all. Because that's where Deathamer was, in one of the club entries again. This time the green hallway instead of the orange one. But nobody droned that. I mean, Deathamer, not Deathamer, but someone got a spawn peek off of that same hallway onto Beat in round 1. So that's a major lapse in, you know, coordination and teamwork from the side of the Hunters to not drone that part of the map again. Now they're once again down to the 2v4. At least they've gotten Deathhammer this time, but really, how much is that even going to help them? They're pushing down towards the main stairs now, but their position's going to be given away. There you go. Xkyro's coming out, and Venpai in that action has given away where the prospective push could be. Jittery goes down. Shrisha finding a long angle on him. And there you have it. It's again Venpai, the last one standing. Hunters, not sure what's up tonight. Today, I should say, but something ain't feeling all too good for this team at the moment, as they've just found themselves at a, well, nigh impassable impasse at the moment. They're just
Honestly,
I don't know what to say.
I do think that KIRA, they're just playing so aggressively. Just look at their positioning. Look at how the roamers are playing. Normally, you have a roam onto the second floor, correct? None of the members of the Hunters even cleared the second floor because they were expecting the roamers to be up there. The roamers were on the first floor. They opened up all the hatches and they used the hatches to jump down immediately as soon as they knew, oh, no one's going to clear the second floor. We're completely fine. We're going to jump to the first floor, cancel them off hard, and shut them down before they get into the power positions. Poor old Sandy got shut down twice early on. And you know how detrimental that can be for the Hunters. If Sandy gets shut down early, it takes them a very long time to try and pick up the momentum again.
It does. Sandy is one of the power players for that Hunters roster. So, like you said, Sandy going down, not the best thing. Not at all close to anything good for the Hunters can come off of that. So, we'll have to see. Again, Hunters kind of need to bounce back from this. They've lost 2 rounds now. Gym Bedroom will now be the side of choice that the side of KIRA is going to. And sure, let's just settle a few things, right? We do know Clubhouse is defender side, right? At least to some degree. Maybe not quite like Villa or Theme Park, well, not even close to Theme Park. But it's still, the defenders still end up winning more rounds on Clubhouse than, attackers do. At least that's how the general consensus, the general statistics of everything is, even if only barely. So the fact that KIRA, a team like them, are taking rounds off the Hunters on Clubhouse defense to start things off, not too surprising, but it's more the manner in which they're doing it, right? This very aggressive style, this very the way they're catching the Hunters off guard, it's almost like, I'm almost not sure what to think, but the way that they're doing it, it's really, really good. It's working. It's giving them a lot of dividend for their effort right now. You've got Deathhammer this time on first floor towards the freezer. Opens up the hatch and kitchen. Could go downstairs all the way to dirt. Go for a peek towards the jacuzzi balcony. That's one way to do things. Avidvi as well, playing a little bit of a cat and mouse game in the construction doorway. Is going to cross back towards the site slowly but surely. Yep, he's got the cover of the door wall here. And Shrisha's downstairs as well. There's an extension, 2 players, I believe, on first and bottom floor. Hunters are taking their sweet time droning this one in. They really want to know where these defenders are, where they could go. What are the avenues? What are the potential entry points? Rattler, in the meanwhile, is coming up through Garage Catwalk, taking over the Thermite from Venpai, who's on the ace this time around. Hunters continuing their 2-breacher strategy that they love to do for Clubhouse. But again, it's going to come down to those gunfights, and if KIRA are going to be as aggressive, even if it's in the late round, Hunters need to fire back from that very effort that KIRA will put in. Oh dear.
It's a tough spot to be in, but again, Vortex, he just comes in from the sidelines. He's going to be able to take down one, and with this first initial kill, Sandy, again, he's been shut down. The poor guy's not been able to get a break, but Shrisha is going to be the one to pay the price for it. The castle doesn't really have the strongest weapon, and now Atroth, his position's already known. They know 2 players have to be holding from logistics. They heard the call coming in, and that's the timing, that's the sound, but Vortex, he still gets it! Good shots coming in from Vortex, man. He's just doing whatever he can. Jittery, he's just gone. He's dead. Wait, no, Jittery's still very much alive! Beat Jittery Venpai? You're still getting kills out of this. For what reason? You just walked into the site for free when the defenders had all the advantages in the entire world, but still Deathhammer very much alive. 4-1 this man. He has all the confidence in the entire world, and he has the health advantage compared to one of the players. He just needs to take down one, and that one kill, it's gonna be everything, but I don't think that one kill's gonna happen that easily. Deathhammer don't pre-fire the corner. If you pre-fire the corner, I'm absolutely done. But Jetry's gonna be there, even with the low HP. He still gets the clutch. And my God, was this round a lot more closer than it needed to be.
Yeah, I mean, Jittery just walking into the side. There's no way that should have worked. But much like how round one went, right? Like we talked about how in the first round, when Beat, the Lion player, walked in, jumped in through the CT window, right? For a good moment, sure, Beat was bamboozled by the placements of the utility that he was looking for and the players not being where he thought they would be. Sure, I get that. But at the same time, Beat, for at a good 5 seconds, was in the site uninterrupted. And when he tried to take down a third, that's when Vortex, I believe Vortex was playing the Bandit in round one, came around and finished him off. A third was still down, so there was still a great potential for the Hunters to make a big play out of that. It just so happened that the player inside the site lost the gunfight, wasn't aware of the defender's positionings. This time, Jittery, however, was far more aware. And the thing is, Jittery could have also gone down early. The Kaid in the gym bedroom round 3, was shooting at Jittery, could have gotten the kill from behind the gym equipment, but wasn't able to. And that was, I think, one of the turning points in the round, because Jittery was then allowed to walk around the site freely, free to do whatever he wanted. And, well, he got away with those kills. And those kills were, of course, very fortuitous for the Hunters, because that allowed them entry, which, of course, was something they'd been denied up until that point. So we'll have to see how now they decide to take on this site, of course, which is second floor CCTV. There's going to be one thermite exothermic used up already, and in the meanwhile, there should be, the artillery's positions are being given away. Secondary AMPs can be used on those pieces of gadgetry. The Beat is there for that. The player is there for that. The Tikabi is waiting on some final confirmations, I guess. Wait, why are there 4 Hunters players gathered up on the main breach? I don't like this. I don't like this. They're all there. Breach is happening.
Oh, wait, did the breach actually happen?
Yeah, it did.
That was a
and no, they didn't.
That was a strong breach. There was a reason why there were 4 players. The Sophia needed to be there as well to give support with the concussive shocks. Yeah. They went in for the Dokkaebi call, and they had more than enough utility to try and shut it all down. And Jittery, wait, what? He's all the way in garage? What? He's on the IQ. He was standing right at the front, and he walked up garage for free?
That was quick.
You what?
All right. So now
they had 3 breach denials, and they still got the wall open.
No, he's down. He's gonna be traded out. It's still a 4v2. He tried. If gets one in the middle. In the meanwhile, Jittery going down. That, of course, puts them in a 3v2. The smoke is still alive. 2 more gas grenades, but the push is from garage. At least one player is trying it. Slowly but surely, Jittery was the one there a second ago, but Deathmark could remove one. Has to be careful about the positioning. Again, this long angle, it's very detrimental to the Hunters, and this smoke behind the shield is going to be one to watch out for. There's no nitro cell that they have to watch for just yet, but there's a player below the metal stairs. Could potentially do something about this. Wait, is somebody behind the bomb chassis? Not yet. Right on garage catwalk. Shots fired. Deathmark taking damage now, forcing the smoke to push up a little bit. Still got cover on the wall. 30 seconds remaining. Plant is happening.
Behind the bomb chassis.
Someone needs to watch this. Oh no! He can't get the plant up, but now he can. And Sandy will cover from the breach as well. All right. The cover from garage going down almost, took things in a very different direction. But Hunters hold on. They manage the round, and they've equalized 2-2.
Absolutely gorgeous when it came down to that play. Good shots, though, man. Deathamar's been just performing in such a beautiful fashion. The guy's not missing many shots now, is he? He's taking engagements. He's doing it properly, and he has confidence in the way that he is swinging. So the Hunters, they really need to be racking their brain of how to make these rounds as little detrimental to them as possible. It's coming down to the last couple of seconds where the members of KIRA, they take a back step from the aggressive plays that they were making in the past, and now they're taking much more of a defensive approach. And that defensive approach is just not helping them against the Hunters, because the thing is, the Hunters are so good on the fundamental level that we talk about this quite often. if you allow them to have that early man advantage, if you allow them to be very comfortable, play the map on their own terms, doesn't matter how strong of a defense you have, about 7 out of the 10 times you're still going to lose it. It's bound to happen. You can't control that because the Hunters, they're really good when it comes down to the execution, correct? That's why you need to force them to play in a much more, let's say, unconventional position where they need to start adapting on the fly. That's where the Hunters are the weakest. And I'm really hoping that KIRA, they're going to go back for a much more aggressive strat because otherwise it just won't work out properly.
That is the main thing that I believe Hunters and KIRA both will have to watch out for. The fact that they shouldn't get repetitive. Excuse me, I said it the wrong way. KIRA Esports, they have the same operator selection here going for them, except no alibi. This time Trisha's got
hard entry. Did I look at the utility?
Yeah, it's just there's a mute jammer, there's artillas, there's bandit batteries, everything. There's even a banshee on that wall, for crying out loud. They've got everything on that wall. You want to breach? Come on, Hunters. Let's see you breach. They're literally saying that right now in the Hunters' face. But the question is, where are the Hunters? Some of them are off towards the bedroom side of things. I think no one's on CCTV wall. Have they already droned out this particular hold? I think they have. Selma's going to go off, or should, on the construction wall back here. There we go.
Perfect.
Side should be open. Yes, it will be. The bandit takes so much damage there. No, what a
How
was
did
that
you get
piece?
the kill out of it, Venpai?
Venpai, what a shot as well. No, I got to admit, that shot was amazing. Vortex, and that was so peak. Low, they've lost their smoke. Venpai with another. This time it's the Malusi. Death of them are gone. The pain in their backsides no longer. C4 goes out, and that is right by the construction wall. Should be. Trisha can't pick that one up. Atharv gets Sandy. In the meanwhile, Sandy has had a very quiet round so far. Atharv in garage unimpeded. This is the main issue here. Atharv in the garage. No one has peaked garage so far. There's one down below. Jittery gets Trisha. In the meanwhile, Vortex doing damage, finding Jittery. The kill is taken back. 3v2 at the moment. Rattler looking to find the Kaid. Isn't quite able to. Venpai gets Vortex. Atharv is holding on regardless of the odds. He's surrounded. Shots are fired. Rattler's trying to get him. Rattler will do so. Oh my goodness. That, again, it was down to one player in a good position. And Hunters nearly lost the flow of the round. But I got to give it to the Hunters as well.
Kills?
Yep. Venpai with the triple. And the Hunters with the adaptation, they saw the fact that there's such a stacked resistance on that main CC wall. They said, okay, we're just not going to go there.
Yeah, they ran all the way to construction. And they're like, oh, let's just take gym control. Let's slowly take away construction control. Then push into garage because they need to start forcing people back into construction and cash room to try and hold us off. That's when the push came in from garage. That garage push, players just kept on piling up. Jittery started throwing out grenades. And as soon as that happened, players were just extremely confused. Where do we go? Where do we run? Where do we hide? There was absolutely nowhere. They just got bombarded from 3 different angles. But man, Venpai should have died. You know that as well, Jack. Venpai should not have lived. Avidbi, you were saying that, oh, that was a very unnecessary peek. But in a way, was that really unnecessary? He just got completely dumpstered on by a good shot. I like the idea for going in for that peek. He just got killed by a person with better aim. Not better aim, of course. He just, let's just say, got unfortunately headshotted.
I mean, regardless of how, those kills and those shots were taken, they were ultimately, and there's really no two ways about it at the moment. As we have an entry on garage, Vortex wants to stop this, but Dathomir is here instead. That's Jittery gone, and again, I don't think they quite expected two players to be sitting on this, garage area. That's something that KIRA has done pretty well so far in their overall playstyle. They've been aggressive. Oh, that was needless. That was absolutely needless. I'm sorry, Vortex.
That was not necessary.
No matter how many good plays you make, yeah, unnecessary. That's going to be equalized as well, but Dathomir still active, goes down. Rattler will finally trade. Atharv goes down as well. Sandy takes that kill. All right, things are happening. And there's another Dekebi call coming out as well. So in the 2-minute mark, it's only been, 45 seconds since the round got into action phase. And we're already at 3v2. Holy.
Attackers recovered the diffuser.
The rounds are going by faster than the hotcakes, but
A bomb has been located.
for the Hunters, the real question is, are they going to be able to break into the site just yet? They're nowhere close to the site. Tons of utilities still litter the floor. And now they have to worry about a bunch of players possibly going in for this jump. The hatches are slowly being opened up. Venpai is still very much alive to get things up and running. But this Kaid...
Oh, dear me. Yeah. Yeah.
Body block.
Yeah.
Body block.
No.
Nah,
Not
nah, he
body
just got
block,
body
Shisha.
block.
Yeah, he did. The smoke did, right. And the Kaid
Yeah.
was also body blocked by the smoke. Like, they tried to go back and forth. They didn't really coordinate properly there. But also, while that flank could have been something huge, where they messed up is Shrisha peeked and immediately started taking shots. Without, like, actually surveying his surroundings first. And because of that, guess what? The Kaid's gun is actually pretty loud. And that gave away, the fact that there was at least one player on the flank. And it just so happened that they were body blocking each other. And, well, that door of stocks just became like a Gmod prop map. So, yeah. Anyone who's played Gmod will remember
God.
prop blocking? Anyone remember prop blocking?
Yep.
Oh my goodness.
Oh god, that body block just really did, hurt my soul a little bit there. I can sympathize with players who have had this happen. One player's like, just peek, bro, just peek. 2 seconds later, he's like, run, bro, run. Why you're still there, man? Door's stuck, son. Door's.
5 seconds left.
But instead of the door bit, the door is not stuck in this case because
This is a player.
it just doesn't make any sense how this one happened. I don't know. KIRA had such a good start. They got the 2 rounds. And then now we're looking at a 4-2 scoreline where the Hunters are just at the advantage. How is this happening? Again, I don't see a reason. I don't see a place where this could happen even as well. But on the other end of the spectrum, we do have the Mira, but a Mira on the CCTV window?
Wait, that's already that's already been hit as well, right? Because it's opaque now. Is he actually taking this gunfight? Who's that? Jittery. Okay, no, I shouldn't be surprised. That's Jittery playing the band.
Yeah, that's just jittery.
Yeah, but I would advise him to not take that gunfight right now because Deathamer is coming close to that window. Avidvi's watching this from a longer angle as well. That's an upside down repel.
This
Interesting
upside
thing
down
to do
repel
that
is so
for
good.
Deathamer. A turf? That wall is electrified, so they're gonna need to, clear it out first. Do they want to go construction? I feel like they're doing the construction push. No one's really on that CC side of things, and the drone is going to clear out logistics. The rotate in as Sandy gets Vortex, Jittery gets Deathamer.
He actually wins the
Wait,
fight.
He does?
Wait, what is happening? How are the 2 players in logistics, 1 player still holding from the outside for the CCTV window push. They don't have any clearance. They're caught. They have 0 clearance. How are they even trying to enter here? There's absolutely no one to help out the Thermite. Sandy's now in a power position. Flashes are going to be coming in, but that's not going to catch him.
Well, the shot, that is for sure. Shrisha does take 1 back. As a pause has been requested, we do have a disconnection coming in from the side of KIRA Esports, so we'll have to wait for that player to come back. But that's besides the point. It's a 3v2 right now. Attackers could reasonably still take this if they play their cards correctly, but the question is, are they going to be able to? There's a Breacher and, of course, 2 grenades on Avidvi, but the Breacher is now dead. Beat, beautiful shot. And that's all just down to Avidvi, who finds 1. Venpipe probably got a bit too overeager on the window, maybe jumped out, and that too. But here's the thing, there's a mirror window facing into the hallway, and Rattler will get the kill as well. Avidvi goes down. And Hunters now, how many rounds has this been? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This now makes for the 5th round that Hunters have taken in a row, folks. It's getting a little out of hand for, for KIRA Esports because they've now lost 5 rounds in a row. And as we go into the pause for KIRA Esports, waiting for their player to get back, you gotta wonder, KIRA, how are they going to bounce back now? Because Hunters have an insane amount of momentum going their way.
The thing that I love about the Hunters is they're not going for the much more ordinary pickups for this particular map, and they're always just switching it up into something brand new. And the Hunters, the way that they're playing their defensive side, it's something quite interesting to point out as well and try to analyze. Normally, what do we see in South Asian Siege? Do the teams even try to switch up the operators that they play on the defense? Not often. Even when it comes down to their strategy, it's quite rare for them to swap anything out, correct? But for the Hunters, it's much more of a lifestyle because they don't do that often on the attack, because on the attack you need to have one of the few strongest operators in the entire game if you want to break into the side. It's close to impossible if you don't have that set ups. But for the defense, you have a lot more options to be versatile, to be adaptive, and try to throw your opponents off and into a loop, because they're going to be playing the same strategy over and over again in most cases. Maybe double hard breach, maybe playing the Iana with the Nomad in some cases to block off any roamers. But on the other side, if your opponents are constantly adapting, your drones are being shot out way too often, they're switching up their positions, they're going into very unorthodox roam spots, then how are you going to clear them in time? There's a time problem, first of all. You have super aggressive players coming in from the Hunters who are constantly fighting for small bits of control all across the map. And because you're investing so many resources onto maybe one or two roamers, how much do you have left to try and even break into the site? Not much. And KIRA, they're falling into that trap of the Hunters. The Hunters want them to use util. They want them to just waste everything on the couple of very aggressive spawn peaks that they make, that at the end of the day, they're not going to have anything left for the actual hit. And that's what happened to KIRA in the last round. I'm really hoping that KIRA understand this, start to take control on the other sides of the map where the Hunters are not showing aggression. Because those small portions where the map is not being contested could be their saving grace. Because remember what happened in logistics. They got the logistics control because the Hunters were not showing presence there. But only one player occupied logistics? That doesn't make any sense. You want to hit construction. Where's the player onto construction window? There needs to be someone present there so that at least you can hold the sideline, play it safe. The other players can jump into logistics and they can play from there. Is there a reason that there was another player on the roof? What is he trying to hold? What is he trying to do? That's the real question here, because KIRA, they have the plan. They have the idea in their mind. They're like, okay, we want to take this portion of the map away from the Hunters because they're not showing presence there. But they're sending one player. What's going to happen if he dies?
And that's the thing, right? This is just KIRA Esports. If you look at how KIRA plays and compared to how Shaheens plays, Shaheens always have two players, right? On any push they would like to make. There's only one role that they send only one player on, and that's like utility clearance or drone work. That's the only player who will be doing all that stuff, because the roam clear needs a buddy, and of course the breach needs a buddy, right? Two player, and then one player doing the backup stuff. KIRA, on the other hand, they like to spread themselves thin, right? They like to be aggressive. They like to take fights, take map control, and take ground. But the problem in that lies is, like you said, if someone goes down, who's going to be there to pick up the slack? For KIRA, it kind of works out because they still stay in relatively close-ish positions. But for the Hunters, it's never that easy to say that, oh, we'll just be close enough to each other and it'll cancel itself out. Because if Shaheens can have two players going into one part of the map and still lose that part of the map against a single Hunters player, then being close enough no longer is close enough. You're still too far away. Because Hunters can just do it. They can make that play. And they can, realistically, right, shut down your approach, because they're gonna be in those odd positions. They're gonna be in they're gonna be making those rat plays, right? And I'm not saying that just because Rattler's in the team, he's not the one making the rat plays. I would love to make that pun, but he's not the one doing it, so I can't really say that. But you know, Sandy and Sandy and Jittery, they will make those rat plays if they need to. They will go for big late flanks if they need to. Even Rattler will, because guess what? They will do whatever it takes to win a round. They will change up their entire playstyle and perform like a completely different team if it means staying on top of the game. And that's exactly what they've been doing so far. All 4 of their attack rounds have something unique, something that keeps them separate from the other attack round. And then you just find it so hard to read them. Like, okay, you might know that, yeah, Jittery and Jittery and Sandy might actually be your entry fraggers and all that you need to watch out for. But then the next round, Rattler's the one coming in for entry fragging on from a completely different direction, right? Or Venpai getting the first kill because they decided to go for a completely different breach than the one that KIRA were reinforced for, which is exactly what we saw in round 5. So you have all of these things, and then you add on to the fact that Hunters are very, very versatile, right? Jittery loves playing the alibi. So does so does Sandy. But Sandy also can play Wamai. He can also play Bandit. He can also play Jaeger is usually left to Venpai and or Sparko, whoever really wants it, right? But he can also play Kaid. He can also play so many other operators. Same with Jittery. He loves the alibi. He loves the Bandit now, of course. He's played Wamai on the off occasion. He absolutely loves playing Azami. And all of them have such different playstyles. How do you pin them down is the question. And if Jittery's not on the Azami, which is rare to see these days, then Sandy will just pick it up. Or Beat will just pick it up. Or Sparko will. Everyone has a level of mastery over every operator in Siege. And that now then transcends into nearly every competitive map in Siege as well. This is a team that is grinding actively still, and it is very clear in their playstyles. They are not going to be sitting on their laurels no matter the situation, no matter the result. They know what it's worth, and they know that being at the top means something to them, clearly, because they work so hard for it. And I'm not saying that MercenarieZ and Shaheens and KIRA, they don't know what it means, because they absolutely do. They've been there.
They do.
They want to recapture that glory. But the Hunters have simply, gone leaps and bounds ahead as compared to these other teams, where they now feel like are stagnating to a certain extent for whatever reason. And that's really why the Hunters are pulling ahead even more, because they're constantly innovating. They're constantly changing it up, while these teams are constantly just reinforcing that same old Siege playstyle. MercenarieZ, at the very least, they change it up. They are the closest thing that Hunters have to competition in the group stages. And I say that without a hint of irony in my voice, because guess what? The only team that took Hunters to 7-5 on both maps was MercenarieZ. And even then, MRCZ lost because Hunters, on that final 12th round, changed it up completely. They still had a different playstyle in their books.
Yep. That's the thing. I don't understand this. I think this is a problem with a couple of the regional teams. I've seen this in a lot of the other esports titles as well, that for some reason, if something works out for a team, they just don't want to change it. And then there are the top teams who really want to go up to the bigger stages. That's the teams that are just constantly trying to, switch up their playstyle, switch up their strategies, try to bring in something new to keep it fresh and to keep themselves competitive, not just in this region, but also on the outside. And I really want to see that coming in from other teams of our region as well. I know it's very difficult to step out of your comfort zone. Take it from a person that was an introvert before I started casting. I step out of my comfort zone, and now I'm here casting with such an incredible person like Jack, with Assassin just whispering weird things into my ear from time to time. But that's the thing. That is how it is. You just need to try and step out of that zone, and you're going to be an incredible team. Play strategies that are out of the box. Go in for something new. And maybe, just maybe, now that they're picking up this Lion and Dogaby, they're going in for the same strat as the Hunters. They know exactly how the Hunters have been playing this strategy, because they've been hit by it. If they're able to replicate that strategy and maybe get that first 2 kills that they need, the Hunters, they're going to be on a tightrope.
That's the thing. The entry is what really matters here. But we already encountering a Vulcan canister on the main stage door of all places for a canister to be. And that's a spawn peak.
No!
Vortex disconnecting in action phase. Beautiful one tap from Derv. Sandy going down. Sandy getting antsy with the spawn peaks as always. But Vortex is gone. Of course, that is going to be a big detriment to KIRA Esports because they needed Vortex. That's your Dekebi of the board as well. So Lion has lost a bit of synergy with the rest of the team, but still those E1Ds are going to be coming out. And there you go. The Roamers are just going to be sitting still. They don't need to do much of anything. They're going to be playing it safe, play the angles, slowly work their way downstairs again. Take out whatever utility you see in the meanwhile. If you get an operator, so be it. That C4 from Rattler is going to be extremely important. Of course, Venpai and Beat having their own also helps. But where is Jittery? He's opted to stay above. All right, this could get interesting. Because if Jittery manages a couple kills right about now, then KIRA would certainly be in a spot of bother.
Pretty tough spots, but for the team right now, they're in the clear pretty much. For the Hunters, they're spread all across the map. They have power positions to play around with, but on the other side, KIRA, I don't like their chances. They are trying to take in blue control. They cleared out one of the Goyo canisters. They're waiting it out. This line's going to be able to go in for another scan and Jittery. Goodbye, good night, sleep tight. They had the lion scan going in. Then they had the drone also clearing out Jittery. So Jittery is absolutely done for. He has no way of winning that one anytime soon. Good pre-fires coming in from Shisha. They cleared out the entirety of the second floor. Every single roam is done. Now it's time for the anchors. What's your game plan to try and take down these three players? Because all three of these players are renowned anchors in this region.
And not just that, all three of them have their C4s intact. So, you know,
oh wait, I forgot.
Yep,
No
expect
way.
an explosive coming your way. There goes another one of the explosives. There's the Vulcan canister, of course, from Beat. I believe the last one that's still remaining
wasted
is
so much
on the
time.
blue door. Shots fired. No, Beat couldn't get that. Shisha's now inside of Arsenal. Gets Venpai. That's a big one. Rattler wants to go for the C4, but there's a cross protection right now. Beat, the last one standing, sees the Lion. Gets two. Wait a minute.
Does he have a
This
rotation?
could actually happen.
He doesn't have a rotation. He doesn't have a
There is
rotation.
no
No.
He wants to go for this. Use it. No, that's a lot of self-damage. And a turf, the planter, will come up over the boxes and get Beat as
Why is
well.
there not a
bit of
rotation?
miscommunication. I think that was a slip up in the prep phase. They didn't make the rotate, and Jittery walked away very, very early in the round as well, right? Opting to stay above. Rattler coming back, I don't think had the kind of time needed to make that rotate into blue. Maybe it was an intentional choice as well. Whichever it was, KIRA will be very happy to have taken that round, as after 5 rounds of Hunter's domination, KIRA have pulled one back. We're going to gym bedroom now on the second floor. Immediate change up from the Hunters. This is what we love about them as a team. Even if they're losing sites, they will not stay there. They will change it up. They are not going back. Even if Basement Church is one of the best sites in this map, Hunters are just not built like that. They will still go wherever they so choose and change up their roles as and when required. This time with the Mira, this time with the Frost. Second floor gym bedroom, of course, coming in. Meanwhile, Vortex is back, of course, so the Dokebi will once again be in play. No Lion, as Deathhammer switches back into the sledge. They're going to need that soft breach and those grenades for this round. Round 9. It's a 5-3. Hunters still have a good lead here.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
It's going to be interesting to say the very least. Both of these teams, they have a game plan in mind. They have something set up for themselves, but the real question is, will the Hunters be able to execute it properly this time? That last round was a little bit more of a mishap from their side. I didn't really personally like the situation that they got themselves into, but I guess it's fine. Take a couple of steps back and then move 2 steps forward. Because honestly, unless you start to look at the bigger picture by slowing yourself down, you're going to start falling into a loop where you're just taking loss after loss without any form of adaptation. But for the Hunters, I don't think that's going to be a problem, but it really does depend on how KIRA are going to be playing this particular round. They spread themselves out, garage control is theirs, they're on towards Catwalk, and Jittery's taking massive chunks of damage. They've completely extended to the top end of this, and they're still holding down. Venpai's going to get a beautiful kill. He walks away with it. Venpai with the double. The Jaeger's doing God's work up here on the top side. And now they have control. Look at how they're playing. They've extended the side all the way to CCTV. And look at the amount of util the attackers had to use to just clear out CCTV. And there's still players holding from that corner.
There's so much right about now that KIRA Esports has to deal with. And you still got a Mira in the site. You still got Venpai in cash room. Shots are fired, but
He
Venpai
still
walks
gets
away with a
the kill.
triple. No way. There's a player coming up red. That could potentially be the undoing as the third finds Sandy. Sandy unaware of the Thermite's position. Shisha comes in, finding Venpai 2v2 now. Sudden equalization of the man count as Hunters got a bit too overeager. Decided to peek anything and everything that they possibly could. Drones are out here. Jittery's position given away. Falls back on the mirror window quickly. Going full
They have
well, that
very
there's a
strong
chance to get
positions.
taken down. But mind you, yeah, very strong positions as well. These mirror windows are going to be absolutely pivotal to the rest of the round. Of course, the one Beat has facing Jacuzzi Breach, that one's not going to be too useful. But Jittery is aware of the fact that somebody... Wait, there is nothing facing into... Huh. I think they might still have the hallway default, but might be shot out. Where are KIRA Esports? So, are they going to go logistics? I think they are, yeah. There's a player in logistics house. There's a player going in towards the mirror window rotate. Jittery is holding.
They're spreading themselves
down.
out, though.
Slightly, yeah. 25 seconds now. Smoke grenade has gone off. Looks like it'll be a window vaulted instead. A third might go for this. Oh no, he's actually logistics and he goes, that's diffuser! Oh no, no.
There was no reason for it. Why did you spread out? Why did you spread out?
Where was the backup for a turf? It wasn't there. 7 seconds. And the Mira might just get there. Shots fired. No, he doesn't. Okay. But yeah, no time. Jittery can just sit still. A turf went into logistics by himself. Why? Why?
I don't understand that. Why did you go into logistics like that? He made so much noise as well. It was a thermite.
Yeah.
The thermite threw a smoke on the construction doorway, the bedroom doorway, and then run into logistics? When you know one player was holding from logistics, the drone already caught him on logistics, and he still went there alone. No way, dude.
I'm a little lost for words right about now. As KIRA, again, it's a 2v2. Guys, any push you do, the two of you should be doing it together.
Exactly.
Why would you needlessly overextend like that? Baiting with the smoke grenade and all that. They're thinking every single possible permutation and combination of every single round. And they just end up with not being able to do it. Because, well, guess what? Things don't often work that way. Hunters are just going to wait for you. As in the meanwhile, looks like we're going to have a rehost call from KIRA Esports due to some technical difficulties, as it were. So, yeah, we are going to be going for a rehost, folks. It is a KIRA Esports rehost, as it were. It's a game with the KIRA Esports. It's a game in South Asia. Of course, technical difficulties are to be expected. So, don't you worry. We'll be back very, very shortly with the match itself. I mean, me and Aggressive are still here, right? But the match itself will be back very shortly indeed. And once it is, we'll be going straight back into the lobby with no issues whatsoever. But I gotta say, you know, KIRA Esports, there's maybe a little bit, just a little bit of overextending going on in so many of these rounds where they just don't need to. Hunters get away with overextending, and don't get us wrong, we criticize them whenever we can about that, right? But the reason the Hunters get away with it is because they can afford to do it. They're not the ones losing bodies right at the beginning of the round to one Jaeger sitting in cash when somebody should be coming up red if the push is through CCTV anyway, right? That flank from red stairs just wasn't there. By the time it came, it was so late in the round. You had lost so many bodies and so much utility wasn't even used. And what was used on a completely different room from the site. So it's all just, again, playing into the Hunter's hands. And then to see a turf just push logistics by himself. There's a Banshee, there's a Frost Trap, there's a Frost, there's a mirror window. The drone has seen the Frost, the drone has seen the mirror window. You know full well there's going to be a Frost Trap that you have to shoot out on Vault. You know full well there's probably going to be something or the other sitting there, and you decide to go there alone, nobody watching the hatch.
Like, if you say it like that, it just, I just, it feels like one of those teachers. He just is, it was during one of my math exams, right? My teacher was like, You know this answer. The question is written right here. You've already seen it. You know the formula. I taught it to you yesterday. And you still made the mistake. It's like you're stating out all of the obvious, and then you still make the mistake and you forget how to do it. You did the prep.
I mean,
There's no way to defend it. That's the problem. Like, we can talk about this the entire
that's
time, or
the
maybe
like-
just the pressure got to them.
I mean, realistically speaking, it probably did, right? In the 2v2, and a 2v2 against the Hunters is never easy, right? Especially Hunters who are feeling as confident as they seem to be right about now. So I don't necessarily blame KIRA for having played that way, but again, cooler minds, cooler heads should have prevailed in that moment. And the fact that it didn't is what really let them down at the end of the day. So, yeah, right now we're stuck at that 6-3. Hunters are one round away from taking KIRA's map away from them. And we said this in the pre-show, right? We saw what Hunters did to Shaheens on this map alone. So KIRA, they like nerves of steel to be bringing Hunters to this map. But, you know, nerves of steel can only get you so far if you don't have if you don't have something to show for when you actually get onto the map. So, yeah.
I don't really know what else to say to the team. KIRA, they're down 3 rounds. They need 3 more rounds to get themselves back in groove. They need to get themselves back in form as well, because this is their home pickup. They're the ones who chose Clubhouse, and a lot of their strategies when it comes down to the late round adaptations are just not working. I think it's a lot more to do with late rounds. I think I love KIRA when it comes down to their early round presence. They have an idea of what they want to do. They're trying to plan it out. They're baiting out a lot of the utility from the Hunters. They're able to shut them down when it comes down to their aggressive peaks as well. They're droning out the power positions. They're able to take the control. But let's just say they're stuck in a 3 versus 4 or 3 versus 3 situation. Then KIRA just loses all hope. They don't have an identity anymore, and they're running around like headless chickens. It happens. I don't know why. Give it a 4v5 situation. When they have 4 or 5 people, the team looks solid. When it comes down to 3 or less, the team just... I have no idea what happens to them. They just stop playing together. Like, having 2 more people is what you need to play together as a team. But if your buddy system is not working properly, then Siege in general will be difficult. It's not just, oh, one player is droning, I follow the drone, I go kill. That doesn't work all the time. Sometimes the enemy player is going to hit a pretty good shot. Or even if they miss their shots and you kill them, there's possibly another person opting to go in for a trade. So the drone needs to do a lot more work. It needs to give you a lot more information to play around with. And if that doesn't work, if you die, at the bare minimum, there's someone else to occupy the space that you already clear out using that drone. You need to get small value here and there, and KIRA is not really getting much done by sending one player in. We sound like a broken record at this point, because that's one of KIRA's problems in the past. And the fact that it's still there, it's what really surprises me. This is a fundamental flaw. Like, KIRA's strategy is there. They're trying to adapt. That's what I love. Because I won't say that KIRA's playing badly because they're not adapting. They're playing badly because their foundation is crumbling. It's like they're building up a massive skyscraper on literal paper. It's not even a concrete foundation. It's like paper. It's like it's like tearing apart in just a couple of seconds as soon as you put a little bit of weight onto it.
That's the thing, right? What they've got, KIRA, with their adaptations and their plans, more often than not, when faced with a team like Hunters or Mercenaries, feels like a castle built on sand, you know? Sure, it looks great, and when it comes off, it works. When it works, it comes off great, right? But the problem is actually getting it to work that way, because much like a house of cards, a simple gust of wind will throw it all away. And for this match, and for KIRA Esports, that simple gust of wind is what Aggressive said, losing 2 players when you can afford to not do so. And even then, even if they get outplayed and lose 2 players, the same ends up happening. The foundation itself was based on having 5 players alive. If that foundation crumbles, then the entire team's playstyle crumbles to the ground, and they lose coordination. They become... I don't know, they became a shell almost of these 3 or 2 players trying to do something. Like, they're attempting a thing, but they're not really doing it.
What is the thing? What is the thing? Is the real question.
Yeah. what is the thing they're trying to do now? Like every team other than KIRA Esports, Hunters, Mercenaries, Shaheens, they have ideas and strategies on what to do should they lose bodies early. That's why you see Hunters walking away with so many rounds, even though maximum number of rounds, KIRA probably got the entry kill, right? Sandy went down, or Jittery went down, or Beat went down. Someone or the other goes down first, and Hunters walk away with the win. Because guess what? They have practiced all of these situations. They grind every single one of them. And they have counter strats and adaptations grinded, like literally etched into their heads on what to do in these moments. And because they have all of that, KIRA just can't progress. KIRA doesn't seem to have that. And I say seem to because I want to say that KIRA has it, and I want to say that they've practiced man-deficient situations, but it's not showing. We're not seeing it, even if they have, right? And that's saying if. I'm not saying that they have it either, because I can't say either way. It's such a mess for KIRA Esports when they lose these bodies. And the other problem that KIRA has, to compound everything, is that when they do something right, they get repetitive and very easy to read. And I guess a team like the Hunters, that is the last thing you want to do. The absolute last thing you want to do is become repetitive and easy to read, because if you do that, you're not surviving the round. There's no two ways about it. So, a myriad of issues for KIRA Esports right now. And given that it's 6-3, and given that the site that we were going back to was CCTV Cash Room, guess what? Hunters won CCTV Cash Room with nary a peep from KIRA Esports in round number 7. So unless KIRA has some sort of dramatically different plan for this CCTV Cash Room site, I don't see them winning this round. I do not see them coming back on this map. I simply can't say it. Mercenaries yesterday, when they were 5-2 down, I was sitting watching, right, as a spectator, of course. I wasn't casting that game, but I was watching as a spectator, and I was still seeing Mercenaries with that potential to come back, and they very nearly did twice. Hunters just have this level of mastery that allows them to walk away with wins even when their enemies have made a comeback. KIRA, on the other hand, they just don't have it. I'm not seeing it from them today. So I'm not really comfortable saying or thinking that they're going to make a comeback here, because I'm not seeing it from them. I'm not seeing that potential. I really am not. It hurts me to say it. As we go back into the game, folks, we've kept you waiting here long enough. You've heard our blabbering about different tangents on this game and all that stuff. But let's go back into the game. Let's see if it actually does happen, because never discount it, right? Never discount a potential win, a potential comeback, as it were. Vortex once again disconnecting right at the beginning of the match entry screen. So that's going to be another pause from the side of KIRA Esports requested. Should be given at the very least. For now, I think anyway. But yeah, KIRA has these issues, as it were, and they just can't seem to get over them for the time being. And yeah, we're just now in the situation where KIRA just doesn't look like they're going to be able to pull something off here. So, and with that Vortex disconnection and unfortunate thing happening there, I'm not really sure what's going to happen with the round. I'm going to have to let the admins deal with whatever that is, folks. We'll let you know once that happens. But yeah, KIRA, ouch. I don't know, man. I don't know. I really don't know, as it were.
5 seconds to insertion.
Yeah, we just have to play out the round. There's not much that we can do anymore at this point. Problems all around. Vortex is now back, but ouch. That's rough. 4v5. There's a good opportunity that they can still turn things around from here, but it's kind of rough. It's the do or die. Either KIRA take this or Chalet. Ooh boy, Chalet. Now that is going to be a treat to watch from the Hunters.
It might just be. It might just be. But as for the pause thing, folks, for those in the chat who might have missed it, KIRA have used up their pause, so, you know, their pause slots, as it were. So unfortunately, they were not given the pause because, well, they've used it up. So that's why we're going to be continuing into the round, and Vortex will simply have to man the cameras for the time being. As we've got ourselves a 5v4 situation, Sandy's position should be at the very least tentatively given away, given the shot was fired from the Stocks Stairs side. And we have more vertical angles being set up. Rattler getting another one readied up for peeking down to Stocks itself, Stocks proper. But wait, shots fired from Construction. There's going to be a call given that, hey, Construction, they might actually be coming through that side of the map. And it seems like they are. A majority, or all of the KIRA players, are on the west and northwest side of the map, which of course means gym, bedroom, bathroom, hallway, and logistics. So, of course, we'll have to see how that goes for them. As the turf has crossed over, means we're going to have to go, we're going to see, as a breach comes off potentially for the side of KIRA Esports. They're just waiting on clearance to get that done.
It needs a couple of seconds to do it as well. That electro claw over from the side. Now, that could be a little bit of a problem, but they've already made their way in towards Construction. CCTV window is still a massive issue. Any of these defenders can easily go in for a shot, but no, Turf so clean with it. He expected the peek, he expected the play, and that will be Venpai taking a back seat here for just a little while here, but still Dethamar gets caught out in a pretty sticky situation. Still a 3 versus 4 situation, very much winnable for KIRA to try and come on back from, but they need information and they need a kill. And both of them, ouch. Yeah, that's gonna hurt. There's no trades.
Mark in the morning. So is that one, and so is that one. Well, there you have it, folks. Map number 1 is done and dusted. KIRA Esports, the decision was made from their end to take Hunters to Clubhouse, and well, we're seeing how that one paid off, aren't we? 7-3 to the Hunters LFO, as KIRA's map has been taken away from them. Chalet has been played between these two teams before, which is map number 2 tonight, of course, and these two teams have gone head-to-head on Chalet, and of course, we've seen that it's gotten pretty close between them before. But again, that was before. This is a Hunters after their, trip to another set of matches that they've had removed from the South Asia Nationals and all that stuff. But if you've seen those matches, and you've seen the Hunters who've come back from said matches, you'll know that Hunters right now are taking no prisoners. They know full well that this is the Nationals. This is the biggest stage here for South Asia. This is where they need to perform, to show themselves, to show their true extent of their power, really. And again, they're still LFO. Despite all of this, they're still looking for Org. Folks, come on. And Org has to have picked them up by now, you would think. But here we are. Hopefully they do. Hopefully these players find a home, Because I hate to see them go LFO for this long. It's been
almost a year.
Almost a year, right? That they've been LFO. Yeah. So it is kind of sad. Let's go to the highlights, talk about the map that we just saw. But realistically speaking, there's not much we can say about map 1 Clubhouse that we haven't already said. KIRA in the first 2 rounds came out strong and explosive, really jumping into the Hunter's face, but they got repetitive. They got that same eagerness turned into over-eagerness that then started losing them rounds because they just stopped being able to get these kills. And round 3 really started changing things up for them, right? The way Jittery just walked into sight and allowed clearance for entry and plant. And after that, it really was just the same thing over and over from KIRA. They tried the same strat on CCTV round 4. It failed because Hunters read into it, and they did something completely different because they knew that if they went to the main breach again, they get taken down. Round 5, it was a very CC-heavy, CCTV wall-heavy reinforcement with Banshee, Electroclaw, Artilla, Meat Jammer. Hunters went to Construction, breached it open, got the kills. The Thurv was left in a 1v3 that he could have clutched out. He almost actually did. But again, it was an unwinnable situation, all things considered. Hunters just did not stop. They had the pedal to the metal after that. And there was only so much that KIRA could do.
Yep. It's just the flaws that the team has. It really just comes down to the mid-round adaptations. You need to play together as a team. Honestly, even this round in particular. Imagine if Beat had to rotate onto blue. there was a good chance that he would have clutched this one out. I was expecting a vault rotate to come on through onto blue, but they opted to not open up the rotate whatsoever. And these problems just, even though the members of KIRA, they had so many advantages early on in the round, they couldn't even make anything of it. You always say this, KIRA has so many problems when it comes down to closing down a round. They don't know how to close it from time to time. They have the advantage. They have everything in their ballpark. They swing the bat and they just miss the ball completely, even though it's at a snail's pace. It happens way too often in KIRA. Has this become your identity is the real question. What happens to the team in such clutch situations? Because you have the talent to take down the Hunters. You have the kills. You have the cost percentage. You are going toe-to-toe when it comes down to the statistics up against Hunters. And still you're losing out. Because of one particular reason. Your mid-rounds are just not working.
And that becomes the main issue, right? KIRA on entry looks so good, as we have the summary in front of our viewers, of course. Statistics of
It's
the
good.
map that we
All
just
good.
saw get played. It's good, yeah. KIRA has some pretty good stats here, right? 8-7, 8-7, 9-9, 6-7. It's all some pretty good stuff from them. Vortex had a pretty quiet map in terms of overall. 4-6 and 50% in 10 rounds, fine. One player can have a quiet map, like how Sandy had a pretty quiet map, comparatively speaking. Beat did a lot more support work than Sandy did because Sandy was going down early as first kill in so many of those rounds, 4 to be specific. And even later rounds, he was going down second kill, third kill, so on and so forth. So Sandy had a pretty quiet game. Both teams had a player who wasn't quite performing up to the mark that that player has for themselves. And yet at the same time, Hunters are 7-3. The disparity is simply there because Hunters are prepared to lose bodies in their pursuit of victory. KIRA, while they do say that, yeah, we can lose bodies, it's fine, their gameplay in the mid rounds when they lose bodies and when they are at a man disadvantage says a completely different story, where as soon as 2 players go down, 3 players go down, suddenly KIRA collapse. It looks like a shell of what the team was with their full 5-player force, and Hunters see that. They saw that in what was it, round 3, the round that Hunters first won. Before that, KIRA had taken a flawless round, and then a round where 4 players were left standing, right? But then on Gym Bedroom, guess what? Jittery walks in, demolishes the defense of KIRA Esports, puts them into a 2v3, and after that, Hunters saw it that wait, their weakness is this. Okay, let's execute on it. And they did. They found ways to put KIRA in tough spots every single time, and KIRA just could not
KIRA didn't
bounce
catch the
back.
mistakes.
KIRA didn't catch the mistakes that Hunters were making either. Yeah, Hunters had some pretty big mistakes of their own.
I don't think KIRA even noticed their own mistakes. When you look at the gameplay, when you looked at the gameplay in general, the way that KIRA were playing, it was as if they were oblivious to what they were trying or what they were doing wrong. Because it kept happening over and over again. That logistics fail coming in from Otrov happened about 3 times. Otrov got away with it once, and the other 2 times he was shut down.
Yeah.
How can it happen 3 times in 10 rounds? You can't let something like this happen over and over again. It's just heartbreaking to watch in a lot of these cases because Clubhouse, I understand, it's defense favored. I know you're going up against the Hunters. But KIRA, they have the capability of pulling off something incredible. And as we head on down over into Chalet, I'm just dumbfounded. I don't know what to say to KIRA that's going to give them a significant advantage. Not only are the Hunters the ones to play Chalet, they're starting off on the stronger side for this map. They're on attack first. This is going to be a rough ride.
Chalet being the kind of map it is like we kind of agree that it's somewhere between balanced to attacker-sided, right? Hunters being attacked first, they picked the map, so KIRA got the side pick. KIRA decided to play defense first, going into attack in the second half. That's a good decision. That's smart. You're playing the long game on Chalet, which is important. Because Hunters, even if they take like a 5-1 first half, there's always that chance that KIRA can make it back because of Chalet's attacker-sided advantage. But much like how Clubhouse is considered ever so slightly defender-sided, and Hunters had a 4-2 first half on their own attack, it's going to be exceptionally difficult for KIRA Esports. Regardless of what the score ends up being, the map will have been difficult for them to deal with, to play, to try and turn this around. Because now the only way they win is a reverse sweep. They need to do a reverse 0-2, or reverse 2-0, I guess you could call it, and then push it into victory for themselves. But against the Hunters, especially as they are now, it's just so very, very difficult indeed. But yeah, map 1, that's pretty much all there was to say about it. And folks, if you're wondering that we're going to go into a break before map number 2, we're not actually. We're going to be going in very, very soon to map 2 indeed. The players want to get in. Of course, a couple of players will be taking a little breather for a couple of minutes. So until then, you've got myself and Aggressive here, of course, to talk you through what we expect on Chalet. And all things considered, I expect that Hunters will continue this merciless train that they are currently on, right? And KIRA, they need to adapt. They need to adapt. They need to change things up. I hope for their sake that they have multi-layered plans on Chalet. Because if they don't, I don't know.
Yeah, it's gonna be hell for them. I don't like this at all because the way that each and every round was played by them, they can't make the same mistakes on Chalet. Chalet is a map where arguably the buddy system is even more important. The attackers have so many advantages to play around with. You peek over onto Mezzanine, there's like 5 different angles that you can get shot from. Good luck trying to survive from that particular hold. And if you lose that level of control, if you don't fight for it, then you're going to lose out on the entire map, correct? That's going to happen to you in more ways than one. And unless there is a proper strategy in mind where the crossfires are set up beautifully coming in from KIRA, they're going to be in a tough spot. Hunters, they know what they're doing. Their drone works are going to be phenomenal. But to go up against it, I do believe that, again, I talked about this in the past, that the Hunters are a team that really love to play based upon information. They will even send Sandy to die for information in some cases. And it does happen. Sandy just runs in willy-nilly. He spots out 2 players. He's like, oh, boys, he's over onto, let's say, bar. There's 2 people in bar, by the way. I died, but it's completely fine. I got the info, and the Hunters are able to act upon that information really well. As if Sandy dies, there's like 1 portion of the map that's completely free. The Hunters just run in, take that for themselves, and possibly at times get 1 kill because of the ruckus that Sandy makes. You could say that Sandy, it's just good old Sandy being Sandy, trying to go in for kills from time to time. Maybe he does like a complete another bum rush over from the main entrance. At least he gets info. And the Hunters are able to act upon that information. And that's why they're so good. They know how to gain information and act upon it. But what if you deprive them of the information? The Mozzie, the Mute, if you play the Mute in a way to deny drones instead of denying entry, then what do you think is going to happen? You're stopping Hunter from gaining the one thing that they need to just completely steamroll you. That forces the Hunters to adapt. And I talked about this in the past as well, that the Hunters, they have problems in the late rounds. Their mid rounds are really beautiful. But in the late rounds, they start showing a lot of cracks where their judgment tends to sway a little bit more to, I want to take a gunfight instead of I want to anchor onto a site, depending on the scenario that they're put in.
That's the thing, isn't it? How will KIRA now play against the Hunters in this matchup? It is Hunters are just a wall right about now, a very, very steep, strong wall that is almost unscalable for all of SA, right? For all of South Asia at the minute, because you've had everyone take shots in group stages, right? All the way from Militants up to Shaheens, and now KIRA were the final team to have a chance of taking a shot at the Hunters. And so far, Hunters have come out on top every time. The only team to have come even close to scaling this wall, even if it is temporarily, were MercenarieZ. And again, they ended up on 5-7 losses. They still couldn't close the deal because Hunters still had these odd off round, single round only strategies, like these one hit wonder strategies. to just play with. And sometimes it doesn't even feel like a strategy until you see it go off.
Yeah.
That's the kind of team the Hunters are. They will confuse you. They will confound your thinking, and they will make you think of a million different things that they could possibly do, only to do what is arguably the simplest out of the bunch. And I know hindsight is 2020, and we're saying that now. Facing them, we'd probably be singing a completely different tune if, like, say, me and Aggressive, along with the rest of our casters here, got into a match with the Hunters LFO. But let's be real here, Hunters wouldn't even have to do too much against us. We'd be down within the first round.
The 1v5.
But
a 1v5 moment.
Yeah, it would just be 1v5 every single round. But anyhow, a bit more info about the match itself. Sparko is actually going to be joining for map number 2. Looks like some other things that kept him busy for the duration of map 1, but Venpai will be swapped out. Sparko is coming in, and of course, Sparko is going to be playing, and that of course makes things probably even more difficult.
A lot more harder.
Yeah, because KIRA, right, they were facing Hunters with Venpai, and Venpai is not a squad regular, right? So there was definitely a little bit of communication issue. Venpai obviously plays the supports a little bit differently. Sometimes he doesn't even play Thermite and ops like that, right? Sometimes Venpai goes for other ops, wants to play other roles. But since he's swapping in for Sparko, he has to play the Thermite, the Ace, the Hibana, so on and so forth, roles like that. And he did a pretty good job. I think we can all agree. Venpai did a pretty good job as the main breacher, yeah. But then there's Sparko, who, as one of the team's mainstay players, we're going to the match right now. Map number 2 is going live. Yeah, but Sparko, being one of the core foundational pillars of the team, has always played this breach support role, right? So the members of the team now knows full well that they can just let Sparko do his thing. They don't have to worry about guiding Venpai through some of the motions. Sparko knows them. In fact, Sparko was probably the one to have come up with some of them, right? Especially the earlier ones.
Isn't he the IGO?
So now,
I forgot. Who's the IGO?
He used to be. I think it's Jittery now.
Yeah.
Wait,
the man's playing entry, and he's still IGLing. Absolutely insane.
Yeah. Again, I'm just going off of memory. I might be wrong, so don't quote me on that. But yeah. Osa will be banned in the meanwhile. That's an interesting ban from KIRA Esports when it comes to Chalet, but also a good one, as Osa can be quite annoying to deal with. Yeah, with her talent shields that need only explosives to be taken out. A very, very annoying operator indeed. Thatcher, in the meanwhile, will also be banned as well. Of course, Thatcher, we all know exactly why. But to get back to the point that we were talking about right now, on the left side of your screens, folks, that is a Hunters in full force. So they were already playing well. They were already doing a lot of adaptation and a lot of strat changing. And now you compile on the fact that the one potential weak link, Venpai, the sub, is not in. Sparko's here, the player who's been playing with this team arguably the longest. So, KIRA, whatever other strategies, strats, plans you may have had, please, there is no time to reserve any of them. Bring everything. You're not winning this otherwise.
Throwing the kitchen sink as well into the mix, because now is where the real problems will start to arise. And oh boy, whenever I see that fuse, I know all hellfire is about to start raining. Yeah.
Oh wow, fuse.
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
He's pretty strong on Chalet, you know that as well.
That he is, no. Yeah, that is. Yeah, I've got to agree.
Fuse is just a must-have in my eyes for Chalet. The amount of corners that he can clear out is just insane.
Well, I guess we'll
I don't think he's gonna play it here. I'm not gonna. He's not gonna.
Not for this side. Yeah, not for this side. I don't feel like this side fuse is all that strong.
Trophy.
But maybe for bar gaming. Maybe for bar gaming as well. Oh, who knows for master bedroom as well? If you can clear out the Artillas and breach stuff in time, Fuse can probably do a bit more clearing before you go for the breach as well. He's pretty useful and very versatile as well. Oh yeah. Wait. Yeah, he loves the Amaru on this map, doesn't he? Oh boy, here we go.
Yes.
This should be interesting.
We just gotta wait until he uses it, right? So, oh, yep, he's flying. He's going, boy. He's going. He's already in.
I want to know where. I want to know where he's shooting. Oh, he came up to the balcony. Okay, bathroom balcony here. A little bit of damage done to Shrisha, not too much, mind you. But still, that's, you know, that's a way to start things off, that's for sure. Wait, who is that peeking the double solarium window right there? That seemed like the Kaid, a Turv. Or it could be, yeah, a Turv is actually below the stairs. Okay, yeah. Alright, then an interesting decision to have peeked double solarium, and,
What?
well, he's gonna pay for it.
How did he
Jittery
die?
gets that kill. A Turv goes down. A Vidvi taking a ton of damage, unaware to that as well, as he was on the cam just a second ago. Yep, there you go, the drone holes. You gotta be careful of the drone holes that come in from outside, folks, because Hunters will take every single possible avenue to punish you, as they've already made themselves known on the map. Solarium Stairs is theirs, but there's a player above still. It needs to be cleared out. Grenade is being prepared, thrown in. Rattler following very swiftly off the back of that. The player is inside of office. Beat finds Shrisha in the meanwhile. The Jaeger's position given away. There he goes. 5v2, make that 4v2. Deathhammer gets the first attacker kill, and it's Sparko the Hibana gone. So no breach, but here's the problem. You've lost almost everyone. Deathhammer is now low. Avidvi's mighty low. Avidvi's gone. Deathhammer's the last one standing as he gets beat. One kill, but his position here should be given away very shortly. There you go. Rattler gets that kill.
Clean, precise, and just absolutely ruthless. They ran in, took a couple of gunfights, knew each and every position, and KIRA just got hit by a wrecking ball. They had no idea what happened to them. They had absolutely no clue. And do you blame them? Did we have any idea what was happening? Oh, hell no.
Oh, no.
What did Hunters just do? 2 seconds ago, we saw B try to flush out Shrisha. Then 15 to 20 seconds later, 3 bodies dropped at once. Pretty much at once. It was fluid. Look at the level of map control. Oh, you want to clear out the second floor? 30 seconds, done. You want to go into the first floor? 10 seconds, done. And then Death Amar sitting inside a trophy being like, guys, what just happened? But I don't know.
It really
the fact that
is
they're
just
going
one of
back to
those.
kitchen. Yeah. The fact that
Yeah, I
they're
don't
going
like
back to
this.
kitchen is also the questionable.
5 seconds to go.
Mm-hmm. I can already see a bit of a change up, right? Beat has gone into the Nomad this time, and Sandy. Now that's a pick you don't see too often from Sandy specifically. Jittery likes playing the Ashe. He's been bemoaning Ashe's R4C recall now for so long now, and now that R4C, the Ashe's R4C is a bit better compared to where it was before. Yeah, Jittery could realistically play the Ashe and get away with it, but he's more comfortable with the Ana at this point. And Sandy bringing out the Ashe is unexpected. Breach charges on the Ashe as well. A third looking for a C4. Not sure what the ideation was. Maybe to open the hatch. Could be. Maybe toss it out the big window if somebody's on the big window, right? Just waiting now inside of the bedroom closet. Shots fired as Deathhammer. Wait, is somebody already down Solarium stairs? I think we saw a blue shadow, an attacker shadow, right? I think.
What? He's actually in.
Could have been a Gemini.
No, was he on the roof?
Maybe
Yeah,
could have been
possibly
a Gemini.
a Gemini.
Yeah,
No, he still has his
feel
full
like it's a
Gemini charge. No, he still has full Gemini charge. Someone's
Wait,
in here.
I saw something. There's that blue shadow we're looking at is in main lobby, right? Right outside the main door, probably. Wanting to go for the breach. A bit more standard from the Hunters, but I don't know. I saw something. I'll go back on the stream later, see if I was hallucinating. May have been. But
Hey, it's
yeah,
the
minute 30 on
Hunters.
the clock,
It wouldn't be unexpected.
That is true. Minute 30 on the clock.
Somehow, in some way,
a lot more reserved.
someone would push into there.
Yeah. They're really taking their time with this, aren't they, though? Minute 15.
They're giving them respect.
Could be. Oh, there we go. Rattler's found the first. That's from the bathroom window right about now. But Rattler will go down. Deathhammer with a jump out, no less. Shrisha gets another. Okay, wait, diffusers dropped as well. Ooh, big mistake from the Hunters. I don't think they should have allowed that to happen.
Attackers
They will now have to
recovered the
deal with the
bomb.
repercussions of dropping diffuser. Sandy has recovered it, but goes down. Shrisha's there. Deathamer finding beat.
Good
All right, bit of a
job.
collapse. It's all down to Jittery. Gets one, but still outside the building. And less than 40 on the clock. Needs to make a 1v3 clutch with defenders scattered all over the place. Maybe recover the diffuser. Is the smoke alive? No, Avidwi is gone, so he doesn't have to worry about the smoke. There is a third C4, though, that he needs to worry about, but no, Shrisha will be the one to finish him off. Jittery goes down, and KIRA Esports will take round 2, as Hunters kind of took a bit too long. I feel like KIRA were looking very settled by the time Hunters started to make their execute, so good stuff for KIRA Esports.
Remember what I was saying back in the pregame? If you starve the Hunters of information, that's when your team is going to win. The Hunters pretty much had zero info through that entire phase.
Attackers need
They
to
had
locate
1
and
minute,
defuse
20 seconds
the
left on the
bomb
clock. They didn't spot out a single defender. None of the drones got value. That's when the Hunters started to run in blind, and that's when the members of KIRA had the advantage. That was smart planning from KIRA. They made sure to play in very unorthodox positions. They played at the off angles, forced the drones to clear out the common positions, and as soon as the Hunters didn't spot out any of the players in the common positions, they were a bit confused. How do we get the map control now? Where could they be? Where are they hiding? And in that moment of pressure, the Hunters just completely collapsed. They had no idea how to regain that advantage for themselves. Yeah, of course, Rattler got one kill, but the trades were just better. Detamar was just running across the entire map with full control, and the roams just worked out in his favor because, again, they had no idea where he was. KIRA, they've tapped into what they need to do to succeed, but one tap is not enough. They have to get a good grip on it and not let go.
Hunker down and not let go. KIRA Esports, that motto must be ringing in their ears at the moment, as they have simply got to steel themselves. They need to make sure that Hunters are not allowed the kind of ground that they want to work with. Second floor bedroom, probably one of the more defender-favored, sites overall. Defenders do seem to win a lot more on this particular site as compared to other sites, but again, it's all relatively speaking. Oh, Sandy knows full well where that smoke is. I don't know if Avidwi is aware. That's actually the mute, excuse me. Sandy's just looking, look at this. He's just holding this angle down like a hawk. Anyone who rotates through closet or goes out into the hallway outside a bathroom, yeah, you're getting shut down. And KIRA has to be aware of that open window, has to be careful. Wait, there's somebody on top of the stairs that we saw the Melusi on just now. Actually, that could have just been a defender. Wait, Sandy's in? He jumped in! Oh, no. Well, careful of the grenade. Okay, there we go. He's gonna do so. Where are the defenders, actually?
Wait,
they're
no one's...
below.
Wait.
Wait, they're playing for... I think they're playing for
C4s?
retake intentionally. So, shots fired. There goes the third, finding one. Deathamer gets shot up a little bit. Shrisha finding Sandy. The plant is going to happen. 3v3. Rattler getting another, but no, caught running. Beat is still downstairs. Finds the alibi. Catches it by surprise. The plant has happened as well. So we're going to be in a very helter-skelter situation. Shots fired again. Sparko gets that. But Shrisha comes around, gets another beat. Has to be careful on these stairs. His position will be given away. He made a lot of noise on this. Shots fired, but Beat walks away with the kill. Oh, dear me. All right. We almost didn't see that. The instant replay came up a bit earlier than expected. But Hunters, what a way to push the envelope there. As they definitely made sure to, put KIRA on the spot. Again, KIRA overextending a little bit, but intentionally so. They fully knew that they would play for the retake, right? And credit where credit is due, they almost had it, right? They nearly got it done. Hunters got sloppy on protecting the diffuser. But where KIRA fell through was that every single one of their retake gunfights was a 1v1. There was no moment where two people were peeking one attacker or two people were peeking one area, except for downstairs, but Hunters also had multiple people downstairs. So KIRA couldn't really counter it in the way that they wanted to, so they start getting taken out, and Hunters continue to hold down the actual site of the plant, and that allows them, again, to win the round. KIRA's good on gunfights, but they need to make sure that they do not mess up in these pressure situations. They kind of did, and that's why they lost the round. But again, it's only 2-1. It's only round 4. We'll have to continue on to see
Defenders,
how it
protect your
goes from
bombs
here.
being defused by attackers.
Gotta take it one step at a time. Don't go overly aggressive. Take it slow. Take it steady. Because KIRA, they have what it takes to take down the Hunters. They already know what victory tastes like. They've already counter-strategized the Hunters pretty well. And they're making sure to keep each and every round as close as possible. The Hunters are having to sweat to try and close out a lot of these rounds. But in that last particular round, I understand the idea that they were going in for, but I do believe that KIRA just lost themselves on the execution. They wanted to go in for a full-on retake. I understand that play for the first floor. They had C4s available to try and go in for those hits. But they gave up so much of the map to the Hunters that the Hunters just got the plant, casually walked away without any forms of repercussion, without, of course, Shrisha coming in from the sides and being able to get that kill on the Sparkle. If Sparkle got away scotch-free, this one was over. Shrisha had no opportunity to even think about a clutch. Of course, Veed is there to close out the round. That was a 1v1 gunfight, and it's a 50-50 at all stages. Hunters got that round purely because they had the better gunfights in that scenario. And here, Jittery, maybe he's going to walk away with one as well. God damn, good shots coming in from Jittery.
Absolutely, but Jittery will also have wanted to confirm that into a kill as well. Deathhammer walking away with his life at the moment. Wait, there's a blitz in play. I just realized. Beat is playing blitz. There's smokes ready on bedroom big window. Sandy has taken his position on piano. Sparko's on piano door as well. Here come the smokes. Shots are about to be fired. He goes in. Sandy gets the first kill. And Jittery's already going for the plant. Ying has gone in and gotten the plant off. Sparko gets Shrisha. Rattler goes down, but the diffuser is planted again. The retake doesn't work because they just barged into sight. And here's the Blitz Vortex. What are you going to really do about this situation at hand? Blitz is going to hold down this door with everything he's got. Do you have a C4? No, you don't. It has all been expended. What do you really do here? Beat walks away with one as Sandy gets a third. Deathhammer gets one, gets two. Now triple kill to Deathhammer, but stands up only to be found by Jittery.
Don't tell me the good old ranked strat just worked in a competitive
Blitz,
match.
Ying, smoke grenades, and a plant. That's all it took. They really made it work with flashbangs and elbow grease. And they are now 3-1 up. As round 5 has seen the Hunters make yet another statement. Who would have thought? Chalet, right? Last match for both these two teams in groups, and Hunters, of all the ops to play, Blitz in 2022. I'm done.
Listen, he had smokes. He had smokes. Listen, Jack. He had smokes. He got close enough, blasted him in the face, threw his own smokes, covered up the entire thing while the Ying Candelas were being thrown in front of him.
I mean, yeah, good luck seeing
They were just so blind. Yeah, KIRA was so blind. What do you want them to do? Were they going to expect a hit like this where the Blitz just completely bum rushed them?
No.
Oh, God, no. They had no idea.
10 seconds left.
That's what I
the
said,
Hunters to just go in for strats like this, man. They just threw this out there, being like, if it sticks, it sticks. If we get around, we get around. We go back to our old strat anyways right after that. Look at them now.
Man.
Oh, dude,
That's
what a
I
strategy.
said, right? Like, imagine Blitz. Imagine having to try to counter-strat a potential Blitz in 2022. I think that's the biggest thing KIRA will be thinking right now, that they actually played Blitz and got away with it. That's the Hunters for you.
And the
folks.
Blitz
If
got
there
a
was
kill,
ever, not just a kill, got enough utility off to allow for plants as well. Like, that was one of the biggest, most utility-driven Blitz plays I have ever seen. And guess what? It worked. Oh, man. I am shook right about now.
Game just keeps on getting more and more interesting over time. But interesting could be the word that could be said for KIRA and their strategies, because now's the time to adapt. They've gone back to their usual strategies. Hunters, they're not going to pull off any more shenanigans. So you have that chance to play the map at your own pace. but you need to starve them of information, and that's exactly what they're doing. Mozzie's getting picked up. They have enough of information, and not
Oh dear me.
a third. Just that was beautiful on that play. That C4 is gonna be able to catch out one, and a third. He's just gonna wait it out. And that's a huge kill. That's Jittery getting taken down without using the Gemini even once. And also without throwing a single grenade. That's massive.
Attackers recovered the diffuser.
You've got these Mozzie drones as well that are going to be doing so much work. Shrisha, the Mozzie pickup, absolutely, you know, very, very smart for KIRA Esports right now, because that takes away, at the very least, 3 drones and deters other drones from entering, right? A third will get another kill in the meanwhile. Deathamer, I'm not sure about that particular peak. Sandy will take one back as the Kaid is slowly making his way back down below. No! The shots were missed! And the Ash could walk away with this. Yes, Sandy suddenly swings it around. Wait, there's a player inside of office. Shrisha has been here this entire time. Shots are fired. Shrisha's position given away. You cannot take Sandy like that. You have to be more careful against Sandy, especially when he's feeling this good. He's already 7-3 going into the 5th round. And suddenly, it is now a 2v3. But there's no breach. And the map is still very much in Kira's favor. Verticality is being set up, yes, but how much can realistically be achieved from this? He sees one more. Nice. Sandy on the court. He's on for the ace right now. He needs one more. The Jaeger's position should be given away. That's diffuser drop as well. They've dropped into kitchen. Shots are about to be fired. And Beat is the one who walks away with the kill. Vortex nearly had them lined up, but it wasn't to be. The Buck gets away with it once again.
Don't tell me he used the skeleton kit to kill him.
He might just have. I didn't quite catch the sound because everything was happening and I was so loud in my own ears at that moment. Vortex nearly pulled out the 1v3. I think he did. Yeah. That's gotta hurt. That has got to hurt. 4-1 Hunters. They are just continuing on trucking. This time it was 3v5. And guess what? Sandy said 3v5. Where do you see the other 4 players?
Yep. Oh, good God. Sandy's just feeling himself on this map. And again, it goes back to the point. Sandy, give him a good start. Give him 1 or 2 kills right at the very beginning of the game. Good luck trying to stop him from the rest of the match. You shut him down early, Sandy's not going to have a good game. You have an opportunity to close out that map and a decent score, possibly going up against the Hunters if the other players are not able to pick up the pace. Sandy's having a good game right off the bat. You can guarantee that this one man alone can drop about 4 bodies before he goes down in some of these rounds.
Oh yeah.
He's such a confidence-driven player. If he has the confidence, if he has the momentum, there's absolutely nothing in this world that will stop him.
Did you see that? Did you see the canister placement from the Koyo? It's on that door that the Blitz came through the last time.
He's making sure that the Blitz had to do it again.
Yep. They're now thinking, okay, are they gonna try the Blitz again? But here's the thing,
Sandy?
they're not.
What?
No.
Why?
No, that was probably the worst time to get a team kill. Sandy walked in, got one, but Rattler just said, no, you sit down. And then he went down and Beat went down because both of them lined up on that window. They wanted to make a big play through the lower trophy window, but they end up getting played by themselves. Oh, dear me. Deathamer finds Jittery. This round is a collapse for the Hunter. Sparko is caught in a 1v4 now. There's going to be runouts left and right. People are going to be peeking him as well. Any second now. He's got to be careful of all of this. Realistically speaking, Sparko is great at the game, but a 1v4 for Sparko is going to be difficult, if not almost impossible sometimes, because he's not used to... Recently, he hasn't been in too many of these situations. We'll have to wait and see. Shots fired. There we go. The guy will get the kill. Shrisha shuts him down, and credit where credit is due. KIRA Esports will take a round back, but again, had Hunters not had that team kill, I really don't know what would have happened otherwise. Sandy was once again really feeling himself. But it's a 4-2 first half. Hunters have had a great first half. Yeah, a bit too ambitious. Hunters have had a great first half. In the meanwhile, KIRA Esports now on the attack. They've got the advantage of attacker side on Chalet, but Hunters have a big advantage.
I question the strategy because they tried to jump in through trophy window when the site was kitchen. I mean, can you try and explain what the strategic advantage would be on that particular take?
The only thing that comes to mind is that gif of that monkey spinning on its head.
No, that's just the Hunters logo in a nutshell.
I mean, yeah, to be fair. They are the monkey Hunters LFO after all, but yeah.
Attacker's objective is to defuse
Oh, good God. The Hunters have their interesting strategies from time to time. The team does pull off some pretty good rounds from time to time using these unorthodox strats, but this time around it fell a little bit too flat. But going on back towards the match, Hunters, they're now the defensive side, but the real question is the defensive side really going to hold up to the pure and raw, unadulterated confusion that KIRA could be putting them through here? They have strong operators to play around with. They have good drone placements. Pretty much everything is there to give him information, and that information alone is gonna work. And poor old Jitri, yeah, he wasn't even getting shot at. They had no idea he was there. They were just trying to break the door. And he accidentally got tagged, and the bullets went straight past his ear. That could have been a kill.
Yeah,
and a very unfortunate kill.
That was very close. Yeah. Almost too close indeed, but I think Jittery's still sticking it out down below.
Oh no!
Is having a bit of a network issue. I feel like hopefully he doesn't get disconnected. But if he does, then that could spell a little bit of disaster. Oh, shots fired. Dathamer is so low, he's peeking a bad angle. Sandy has the high ground. There goes Shrisha. In the meanwhile, that's a big issue for KIRA Esports right now. They've lost one of their key players. And Hunters, of course, will simply be upping the aggression. There you go. Vortex down now as Jitri starts off with a kill. And another one is being looked for on mezzanine balcony at the moment. The Wamai that is there, Sandy has moved into library. Looking for another. Jittery gets a Vidwi. 5v2 as KIRA Esports in this first round of defense are just not looking so hot. Jittery on a triple. Not sure what Rattler was trying to achieve there, but it's just a singular player. But that singular player is a Thurv who could turn this around. I just can't afford to get too complacent just because one player has disconnected. Just have to wait and see for now. Oh, never mind. Jittery's just going to get him. It seems like that is a hell of a place to be on. All right. And he's going to get it as well. All right. Easy as you please. Hunters LFO now. How many rounds is this? 5 rounds. Again, in a row. Something about the Hunters, just the fact that they've taken this many rounds again, it is insane to me.
I'm trying to figure out what exactly happened in that last round. And my brain is actually that monkey gif right now. So,
see?
It went on a blaze. Jitri just peeked out of 3 different corners, then ran out of the door to get a quad kill. It's just so strange what really went through. It's surprising.
Well, here we go then. Back into the game. The pause did not last that long as Shrisha has returned. 5-2 to the Hunters as they look to seal the deal. 2 rounds for them to finish off this match and have not dropped a single map in the group stages. I mean, even before their, the other matches that they played in the break that we had for the, 5 days we had a break for? Even before that, they had already won 4 straight matches, right? And coming back from their other escapades, as it were, they knew that they would have matches back-to-back against Shaheens, MercenarieZ, and KIRA, because those were the only 3 teams they hadn't played yet. And to have come back, given Shaheens a 2-0 double 7-1 thrashing, given Mercenaries a 2-0, well, 1-2-0 against Mercenaries, I can't really say that they gave MRCZ a thrashing because both maps were 7-5, right? Very close to overtime. MRCZ actually came the closest. And now against KIRA, they're 7-3 up on one map and 5-2 up on map number 2 already, 2 rounds away from the victory. Sealing it off here with no rounds lost, no maps, excuse me, lost in the entirety of Nationals groups, puts them as pretty much favorites to win Nationals, and that's by a long shot. Right. Team like Shaheens, team like KIRA, team like Mercenaries, they are also some people's favorites, right, to win. And don't get me wrong, realistically speaking, they still can. They've got a few days before the playoffs, and of course, that means that there's time to practice, there's time to refine your strategies and playstyles. But here's the thing, Hunters will be doing that same thing as well. So, you know full well that things are about to get even more difficult going into the playoffs. Hunters will be completely unleashed in that time period as well. So KIRA has to do a lot, but oh dear me, just walking into Sandy's line of sight is not going to help. Both of them. There was a rappel in and a walk up from the main solarium, double window and stairs. And guess what? Sandy caught both of them. He's low on HP, but that's not going to stop him because he's fully willing to go down if that means, like you said, right? Sometimes they just send Sandy out to gather info. And I feel like that was one of those moments. Jittery now follows up as he gets one. Sandy finally does go down, but that's now Shrisha's position given away, who will still find Jittery, though. So it looks like Shrisha might have something going on right about now.
And he still has all the air jabs present. Each flank that he wants to hold, he has something to try and take control of it with. But looking at the defenders, just look at their positions. They're everywhere. And Library Stairs is still not under control. And there are no explosives to try and destroy it. The sledge needs to make a complete and utter turn. Push in from bedroom. Then start clearing out Library Stairs with a lot of that utility with still 40 seconds left on the clock. They don't even have a mezzanine.
Well, speaking of getting mezzanine, Dathomar having that big angle all the way from the mezzanine double window is going to get Spark out. That's going to put them on a 2v2, mind you. But wait, Hunters are playing the stairs. That means they know full well that right now staying in the site is the worst thing because there's a sledge involved. 7 seconds. They've got to drop. They've got to go for this. But Beat gets one, and that's Diffuser drop as well. It doesn't matter that the Nomad is still alive. Rattler doesn't have to do anything because the Diffuser was dropped in that first kill. That's purely because KIRA Esports had zero intel on where these defenders were because they were moving constantly. Every single time that they had a chance, they had an opening, they changed their positions. They never stayed in one place for more than probably 10 seconds. And KIRA, they could never really pin them down. Now Hunters on a 6-2 lead. KIRA Esports, if they want to make a comeback here, they have to play 4 rounds of Perfect Siege, win overtime, push into map 3, and play a whole another map, which is Oregon, against the Hunters. Realistically speaking, folks, it's possible, but the chances, well, they're next to 0.
It's extremely strange because KIRA, what's going on with you? At times, the light switch just goes up. The team completely comes alive. They take fight after fight, round after round, purely based upon what they're able to gain off the information. You look back 2 more rounds ahead. The Hunters are leading 4-2. Then you lose out on the attack side because of what reason? Because the Hunters just took 2 very aggressive duels and you lost out on that fight because you still tried to contest them knowing that the Hunters love to go in for these aggressive fights and you're not droning out those common positions or placing drones in those spots expecting the Hunters to come in for those aggressive plays. You need to know that about the Hunters, that they love to play aggressive. You just need to do a couple of bot reviews of the Hunters and you catch on to their tendencies. that's the thing. Hunters, at the end of the day, sometimes they pull off like rocket science levels of strategy like that list. But at other moments, they go in for much more of their default strats. And if you're prepared for those default strategies, not only are you going to be able to survive that perfect hit on the very start of the game, you just need a little bit to try and live through it. And what just happened, Beat? Just stick the corner. And they're getting caught out because of it. One by one, their bodies are dropping, and the horse just comes in from the fireplace stairs and just walked in. What happened to the second floor? Jack? What happened to the second floor hold? What are they doing in the middle of the map?
Who? There's a maestro on second floor? Who? Where? Why? And how? Sparko, you nearly saw him.
He heard him.
Go around. He's got pings as well. Wait a minute. Okay, I was gonna say, it was a bold move to have the maestro make a flank like that of all things. Hunters really just decided, you know what? Let's take the Mickey out of this round. They were goofing. They were goofing around. What was that? I mean, KIRA Esports took a lot of map control very quickly. I'll give them credit for that. To have caught out Hunters on these rotates and all that stuff, right? To cut them off on those corridors, but Hunters, come on.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
If you could see my face, you would understand why. I'm just doing that hand gesture. Like, you don't know that the lemur, the white lemur? He does the hand gesture.
White lemur.
I don't know. It wasn't a lemur or something. I don't know. It's like a white fuzzy animal that's sitting on the chair, lifting his hand up and just staring at you, being like, I guess? Why? I don't know.
A lemur. That's just like that's just a monkey. That's just another monkey you're thinking about.
That's just a monkey.
Yes.
I guess that's what the Hunters were doing. I think that's just the Hunter spirit animal at that point of that round.
Oh boy.
That is what happened to them. Hunters just completely went on a tangent in that round. And it happens. They're a bit too overconfident, and KIRA was able to punish. Good job by KIRA. They were able to shut down the Hunter for their mistakes. But now KIRA need to start adapting. The Hunters hopefully won't make the same mistake again. I'm not going to say they won't. The last time I said that, they did the same mistake twice, and they lost out on a bunch of rounds where they did lose out against the Shaheens. So I'm not going to pull that statement. I'm just going to say that the Hunters possibly won't do it. They have a stronger second floor hold, which is good. But Jittery's still on this lurk. He has a lot of rotates to play around with. But the thing is, does he have the timing and the information to make this play happen?
Well, as you can see already, right, Hunters are already playing a little bit more on the back foot, like a little bit more reserved, almost as if they're waiting for KIRA Esports to come to them. RC Retero comes out, Sandy unable to stop it from going to where it needed to. That should be the shield and blue taken care of. Oh, Sandy, get away from that! Get away from that! Doesn't seem like he's going to be able to get away from that. Vidwi packing a kill with an RC Retero drone. He's going to be mighty happy about that one. Sandy, I think he was boxed in as well. Beat giving away the position. Wait, that's a nice Echo drone to have. That is the position of Vidwi given away. And there's somebody peeking outside of the office door, Rattler. That's interesting. More positions being given away by the Echo drone of Beat right about now. And Hunters, again, very mobile on the map. They're not really going to let anyone settle right about now. As you have the rappel in, which is heard. Rattler is going to disengage. Probably smart, all things considered. They are one player down right now. Can't afford to make any of those mistakes, as the drone will probably spot where the Echo drone is off to. Beat will need to move this once again, as shots are being taken. And there you go, the breach on second floor is done. Rattler very nearly finding the Zofia, missing a few shots on Vortex. The shots being missed, of course, not helping. Oh, Sparko, careful. Going out to take out the drone, but shots will be fired as well. He needs to be careful about this Rattler as well, doing whatever he can with the gas grenades. 37 seconds on the clock. KIRA taking a ton of time Sparko's still around. Wait a minute. He could go for a big flank
I
right
love
about
this.
now.
The smoke.
Someone's in piano. Ooh, there we go. Jittery gets one. Rattler goes down. Sparko from the back. There he is. Finds a Vidvi. Oh, nobody goes down, though. There was somebody outside waiting for him. The Echo's
The
alive.
diffuser's no
He
man's
just
land.
needs to sit still. Diffuser's been dropped. This could be huge. Shrisha is DBNO. Someone's in piano. Jittery gets it. And it's all down to Dathamer, who will go off the board to Jittery. And folks, it's a double 7-3. Hunters, I don't know, they've got a thing for having the same score on both maps in these last 3 matches. 7-1, 7-1, 7-5, 7-5, now 7-3, 7-3. And that smoke play, good stuff as well. And yeah, that concludes Hunters and KIRA Esports' group stage matches, folks. Both teams have played their full slots of 7 games, and Hunters walk away with all wins. All maps, all wins. They have not dropped a single map. And a double 7-3 to finish things off. KIRA Esports, too many mistakes, too repetitive. We've talked about it before, but let's talk about it a little bit more. Chalet had a few new things to say, so to speak, as we go into the highlights.
I don't know if there's a lot of new things. I think it's just the old things being in a disguise. They just put some duct tape on it, and that duct tape really just was not placed properly. It kept peeling off in like 2 seconds. KIRA, it was a lot closer. I'll give them that, though. It was a lot closer, and their attack strats were slowly building up to be better. But at the end of the day, they were waiting for the Hunters to make a mistake. And because of that one mistake, they got an advantage out of it. If the Hunters didn't make a mistake, then KIRA were just stuck on an island without any way of getting off it. They tried to take control, it didn't work. They tried to shut down Sandy, that also didn't work because Sandy walked away with a 4K in this particular round. Then even if you take down Sandy, you have to worry about Beat, who was there for the double up. That's the thing. Hunters never really went down in a 1v1 scenario. There was always a second player available that can easily hold down the line for as long as they possibly can, making sure that even if there's a man advantage, there's still something to hold down the fort. And then came the last round on the defense. That Echo and Smoke combo was so profound. You can't make this up, Jack. That Smoke alone pretty much won them the round. Rattler was the biggest X factor in that last round, where he just kept on chucking smokes from the other side of the piano. Piano half wall. Not the half wall, sorry, the piano wall.
No, but I just like how when he had to describe that last round's play, the best thing you could say was profound. I kind of vibe with that. Like, I'm not trying to make fun of anything here. I genuinely feel like that was a good choice of words. Because really, that smoke play was insanely good. And I gotta agree with it, yeah.
Yeah. That is just textbook level smoke play. The guy just chilled in the back, threw out a couple of smokes, and because the diffuser was in such a choke point position, they didn't have piano control. And the smoke only pushed out onto piano after he used all 3 of his smoke canisters. He didn't go in for anything aggressive before that. And your anchor is doing something like that. Rattler, he has the ability to go in for 5 to 6 kills if he wants to. 5 kills if he wants to from that position. He had a very good spot to play around with, but he played for time. He set up his teammates inside a bedroom for the best possible gunfight that they could have ever hoped for. Because the gunfights boiled down to the last 15 seconds. Because they don't have time anymore to opt for a plant. And if they opt to go in for that diffuser plant, they would be stuck in a horrible scenario going up against players who are holding from bedroom without any form of cover fire. Because they don't have map control as well.
Well, yeah, that pretty much sums up the match, right? The fact that, again, KIRA, much like in Clubhouse, got too comfortable doing the same things. They settled into a rhythm, but the problem was they settled into that rhythm early on, and once the Hunters read into it, they didn't really do anything different. The rounds that they did win, well, other than round number 1, rounds, what was it? Round 6 and round 9. As we go into the match summary, we'll just talk about this in a sec here. But round 3 and round 9, the two rounds that KIRA, round 6 and round 9, the two rounds that KIRA did win after round number, what was it? Round 2, yeah, were mainly down to Hunters making absolutely massive mistakes, team killing and lining up in round number 6, and then just kind of running around all over the place in round number 9, not really doing anything coordinatedly as a team and all that stuff, right? But still, 7-3, 7-3, as we see in the scoreboard, Jittery this time leading the charge, 12-6 and 70%, 2-1 on entry, but Sandy 4-1 on entry, 60% cost and 11-8, doing a lot of fragging, a little bit of support whenever needed as well. Sparko 4-8 and 50%, hanging back, letting his team do the work. Rattler 5-8, 50 as well. A little quieter, but that last round from Rattler really was just amazing. Again, it cannot be overstated how much that smoke play really just won Hunters the round there. Good stuff from Rattler. Going over to KIRA Esports, Deathamer really trying his hardest, 12-8 and 1-0 on entry, 60% on cost. Atharv and Vortex doing the most of the support work, 70% cost to each. Avidwi, the very, very bad map for Avidwi, 3-9 and 20% overall. As we go into the player spotlight, I mean, who else could it realistically be? Jittery, 21 and 13 across 2 maps, 20 rounds that is. KOST of 70% total. Iana and Melusi, yep, we did see him play these operators almost exclusively. And of course, a kill per round of 1.05, rating of 1.32. Jittery, folks, I mean, he's a beast. Just really a league of his own in the entire tournament. Kind of, kind of reminding me of, if you've ever seen Dragon Ball, kind of reminds me of Jiren in the Tournament of Power. It's almost like it's very hard to match Jittery when he gets going, you know? Otherwise, he's more than happy to just chill in the back seat. He doesn't want to do much. But if he has to, oh boy, he will do so much.
Yep. Jittery is one of those players that really allows his teammates to shine. And if he spots an opportunity where, he can just come out, go in for kills, he'll take it. But that's the thing. He's not hunting for those type of opportunities. Sandy, on the other hand, he wants to thrive in that glory. He's going to take as many fights as he possibly can get. If he dies, he dies. If he gets information, he gets information. Or if he gets one tap, he gets one tap. That's just Sandy for you. While Jittery on the other side, he allows Sandy to do whatever he wants. And he's going to step up to the plate when Sandy's not able to do it. These type of selfless plays from him, like being a match MVP across 2 maps up against KIRA while still being the IGL, that is saying something about Jittery in general. He is a person that can lead the squad and also lead the scoreboard at the same time, which is extremely rare in the game of Siege. And you know how hectic it can get to keep track of everyone all across the map, keep the information in your mind, give callouts, give mid-round adaptation plays, and still be able to frag out like this. The man does it all.
Really, just
he's a one-man army.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. It just, like, there's not enough we can say about Jittery that hasn't already been said, and yet still applies to him and to, his skills as a player. And really, just with the responsibilities he's taken on recently, as well as being the IGL, I mean, it's been a fair time since he's become the IGL, right? We just never really noticed it because the squad hasn't changed all that much. Sparko's still playing. He's just stepped down from being the IGL. He's playing hard support for the most part. And they, of course, EX7, he's gone off doing his own things in life. So Rattler has stepped in since, playing whatever he can, doing whatever he can, mostly doing kind of a flex support role and stepping up to get kills and pick up the slack whenever, say, Sandy or Jittery go down. And that's the thing, he doesn't have to do that too often as well, because Sandy and Jittery lead the kill table. 17-15 to Sandy, looking all things considered, kill per round of 0.85, Ash and Wamai this time around. I mean, Azami was banned both maps, so neither Jittery nor Sandy could really play that operator. Of course, Beat and Rattler mostly playing flex and support, taking kills whenever possible. Sparko only chipping in for map number 2, so, the stats only count for Chalet, as it were. And of course, once again, the scores of both maps. KIRA Esports, once again, Nerves of Steel to take Clubhouse against the Hunters, but as we see, Nerves of Steel can only get you so far. 7-3 to the Hunters there. And then the Hunters picking Chalet, continuing to show why, while Mercenaries may have been the one to popularize the map, Hunters are the one who currently truly own this area, calling it their domain. 7-3 on Chalet to them. We don't even get to see Oregon, folks, and that concludes the first match of the final day of group stages. Day 14, match 1 has ended. And of course, Hunters have taken 2 more points as they have put themselves on the very top, secured without doubt top seed. 14 points in 7 matches, the maximum number of points you could get from this tournament. And Hunters, well, they've achieved it. 14 points to them, 12 to Shaheens, 10 to KIRA, 9 to Mercenaries. That's your top 4, folks, in that exact order. So the first 2 matches of playoffs can also be predicted from here. Hunters versus Mercenaries in upper bracket match 1, and then Shaheens versus KIRA in upper bracket match 2. Oh, yes, those matches are going to be amazing. But you know what else? There's one more game remaining, folks. Won't Stop Peaking versus Militant Esports. 6 points and 2 points Militants. They're basically playing to salvage some pride. Not Militants, excuse me. Why was I saying that? Militants have played all the games. Phalanx. It is Won't Stop Peaking versus Phalanx. Phalanx have only
Wait, they can equalize.
Well, and 2 maps.
Phalanx can equalize.
They could equalize with... yeah, they could equalize with Won't Stop Peaking, all things considered. So that would be a pretty desirable result for them. Go out on a bit of a high note, all things considered. Won't Stop Peaking, on the other hand, taking 5th place for now. We'll see if they're able to maintain that 5th or if Phalanx end up challenging and taking over. These are like round differentials, maps won and lost, as it were. But yeah, folks, that is pretty much it for match number 1 here at day 14 of the SA Nationals. And of course, we'll be taking a bit of a breather, you know, swapping out the players, changing the lobby, all that stuff. You know how it goes. And yeah, we'll be taking a bit of a break, and we'll be back on the other side with game number 2, Won't Stop Peaking versus Team Phalanx. We'll see you there.
Someone to save. I wanna tell you something new. You drove us both into a wall. stop myself for a while.
on the scene. Back out fresh 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 on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team.
Franchise best on the team.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
second, then I stop myself for a while.
Okay, back out fresh on the scene, 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 back out fresh on the scene,
Back out fresh on the scene.
back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team, franchise best on the team, franchise best on the team, franchise best on the team,
Franchise best on the team.
back out fresh on the scene,
Back out fresh on the scene.
back out fresh on the scene.
Don't you
Back out fresh on the scene. 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 Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team.
Franchise best on the team.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene. Back out fresh on the scene. Back out fresh on the scene. Back out fresh on the scene. Back out fresh on the scene. Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team.
Franchise best on the team.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the South Asian Nationals for Rainbow-Six-Siege, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zodiac Gaming, hosted by the Esports Club, and of course, our broadcast partner, Loco. We are back, and also for our group stages, this will be the final match for this series. And then afterwards, we are directly heading in towards the playoffs itself. Match number 2, day number 14. It is our final matchup nonetheless. Team Phalanx versus Team Won't Stop Peaking Esports. The winner of that will have 2 points in their hands. So, which means that for Won't Stop Peaking, highly likely a chance that they could secure at least 4th or 5th place. But for that, we might be able to take a look at the group standings itself. So, CCV, I mean, we've been all of the group stages. Now, this is the final day of the final matchup for the group stages. What do you think about this?
Ooh, I'd say the excitement has not worn off, but it's been replaced by a calmness for everyone, especially even the players as well. Because the players in front of our screens, they know exactly what they're playing for, right? These guys, they're playing for namesake for the moment. They're just playing to have that final goodbye to the South Asian Nationals. Because unfortunately for Phalanx and for the side of Won't Stop Peaking, neither one of these teams will be able to qualify. As we have a look at the group standings, we can see the 4 teams that have indeed secured qualification spot. Hunters LFO won all of their matches first place, Shaheens in second, KIRA in third, MercenarieZ in fourth, Won't Stop Peaking missing out by going and by being on 5th position. If they manage to take them in today, Even if they win the BO3, they will only be getting a total of 8 points. So yeah, Mercenaries are confirmed to qualify, but Won't Stop Peaking still can have an amazing showing. And against the side of Team Phalanx, the veto has been decided. We'll be going to Clubhouse, followed by Chalet, and then last but not least, Border.
Yep, three of our maps shown in our screens right now: Clubhouse, Chalet, and Border. If Phalanx do decide to win their matchup, they'll at least go past Team UWU and secure maybe 7th place, whereas Team UWU will
Yeah.
be in 8th. But for Won't Stop Peaking, even if they win or lose, their standings will still be the same, no matter the changes. But for Phalanx, if they want to change the standings, they could, make sure to get the win as best as possible. So map videos itself, it's quite interesting to see that Phalanx going in for a map like Clubhouse and Won't Stop Peaking. Once again, they love bringing map Chalet, and this time they're definitely going to bring the
Absolutely.
same map once again up against Team Phalanx itself. The winner, obviously, just like I said, they will receive 2 points, but I'm quite interested to know how would the last match for the group stage itself would end up, knowing that we might be able to expect some amazing plays happening from both the teams itself. But yeah, I believe it's been over 3 months since we've had our fall series, summer, spring, and now we're almost at the end stage of the group stages for the South Asian Nationals as well. So yeah, there you go. Phalanx versus Team Won't Stop Peaking, our final match for our group stages. So let's not waste any time at all and proceed with map number 1, Clubhouse. Let's see what kind of bans do we get to expect from both of these teams.
Yet again, it's the final showing for Phalanx and for Won't Stop Peaking. Like you just mentioned, Baba, this is looking to be the end of the 2022 competitive year for SAR6 for both Phalanx and Won't Stop Peaking, considering sadly they won't be going into the playoffs, which means this will be their final showing. Which again brings us to our previous point. They are playing for namesake. They're just playing for, that final glory that, yes, we still have that prevalence. And once you see our team improve even further later on, once the next competitive year rolls around, it's all already going to be, much more improved and much more refined gameplay. But right now, in terms of gameplay, here are 2 operators that have been taken off the board. Won't Stop Peaking, starting out on defense, ban on the Thatcher, makes total sense. It's Clubhouse, you need hard breachers, you need assistance for those hard breachers. So Thatcher's gone, makes life a whole lot easier for the defenders. But this is one ban that again equals the playing field. Cade is taken off the board, the Electric Claws are no more, and just to have some fun, in the midst of it, Team Phalanx threw in a Montane ban.
I mean, Montane ban, I believe this is the first Montane ban that I'm actually going to see for the South Asian Nationals. I believe, yeah, it is. It's the first Montane ban, and that to the end of the group stage itself. Quite an interesting one to look at. But all in all, the final bans will be the Azami, which means both the Mira as well as the Valkyrie will be available for the side of defense, especially on a map like Clubhouse, knowing that Basement Church, second floor gym is heavily required for a Mira to hold those important lines of sight, all the way from logistics and also from the bathroom side. You could say that the defenders have ample amount of control and good anchor from the side. But we're just going to wait and watch and see what both the sides of Phalanx and Team Won't Stop Peaking has in stores. As we start off the site at Basement Church and Arsenal Room, Violet will start off. Violet will bring the Oryx this time, and Dark Lord will bring in the Valkyrie. Good amount of information which will be relayed, maybe by hiding the cameras all the way towards the kitchen side, which is high likely a chance to get seafood out from the first floor, from basement Arsenal Room site itself.
Exactly.
So they've got to be careful on that. And also on the bright side for Team Phalanx, they only have to worry about one C4, and also they've got to make sure that they have good amount of control on second and first floor, mainly because the players on side of Won't Stop Peaking, especially Violet and Dark Lord, both of them will be roaming around, providing good lines of sight, and also a protection will be laid around on the side of defense. So expect a lot of roam games coming in from the side of defense. And for Team Phalanx, with the action phase coming into play, we will see them proceed in towards the site.
Absolutely. This entire round is going to be a battle of the roamers and the roam hunters. You've got Devastating as the Jackal. You've also probably got Guy with Audacity, looking to get the entry done. But Won't Stop Peaking have so many of their resources invested into these roamers. Mojo already goes for that peak, and indeed it's going to be a trade that takes place. So that's your Jackal gone, but alongside it, Jaeger departs. So now it's only Cobra who will be all over the map, and potentially some more people to assist him as well. You've got Dark Lord inside of kitchen, very sneaky angle, but extremely risky as well. So yeah, once more, Rome Hunters, Zofia is there. Cobra narrowly manages to miss those shots and just escape back to safety, escape back to the bomb side. But the Rome hunt is surely on. It's all down to this Valkyrie right now. It's all down to how long can Dark Lord delay the attackers and potentially get a couple of kills, because with a minute and 30 seconds on the clock, pressure is definitely building on Phalanx. These guys need to get a move on. These guys need to make sure that they eliminate the rumors and they get the hard breaching done. So far that hasn't happened, and Dark Lord downs down Escobar. He's gone from the midst of it. So without your vertical breacher, again, as attackers moving forward, it's going to be so much more difficult.
Yeah, difficult situation for Phalanx, as I've already lost 3, but here comes Guy with Audacity, securing 1 more kill, but Dark Lord still stays strong all the way from the kitchen side, equalizing the man count to a 2v2, but Dark Lord on the other hand is very low on HP. At least on the bright side, they know that the Valkyrie is still holding on towards first floor kitchen. They have no other choice but to go out, but somehow Dark Lord gets away with a kill. Triple kill. And an instant refrag will be made. Lefty still has its exothermic charge. Will be able to open up the hatches, connecting towards the kitchen's end. And in this 1v1 gunfight, you could say that the Thermite Lefty still has a chance. And also he could have a decision to go all the way downstairs, but Lefty, he has seen the player Cobra. He has to drop down. Flashbang will be used to disable that particular side. Drop down will be made, and so does Cobra, patiently waiting for Lefty to drop down from the kitchen hatch, knowing exactly what to do in that moment. And with it, we will see Won't Stop Peaking securing their first round of defense, with Dark Lord securing 3 kills just by staying in kitchen.
He stayed in kitchen, he cooked up those kills, and he made sure that Won't Stop Peaking, won the round. But ultimately, it was still a very risky play what these guys were going for. Yes, it was a battle of the rumors. Yes, we did see out of the 9 kills that happened, 8 of them took place outside the bomb site, took place either on the second or on the first floor, which means that Won't Stop Peaking were looking for those off-guard kills, were looking for those roamer plays. But it still costed them so many of their own, operators. It still costed them a huge chunk of their own manpower. That 1v1, very well, Lefty could have won it out if, again, had things gone a little bit differently. So keeping that in mind, yeah, the roam plays did work out from Won't Stop Peaking, but they need to be a little more mindful of how much of their, presence they invest into the roam and how much they want to dedicate their force. I think that, sending Violet Versace up the main stairs as the Oryx from like the bottom of main stairs was the wrong play. He was caught out completely off guard. So things along the lines of that, those kind of plays is something WSP should be looking to avoid. If you have your anchors, keep them as anchors. That's perfectly fine, even if they are not true anchors. I don't consider, and I don't think many people would consider Oryx as a true anchor. But if Violet was in the bomb side, let him be there, hold it out, wait for the attackers. But again, small things to consider. I'm sure Won't Stop Peaking will keep this in the mind. As for Team Phalanx, these guys will just need to make sure they prioritize getting the breaches done first and then focus on the kills, which is exactly what we're seeing now.
Yeah, Violet, on the other hand, he actually thinks that there might be some of the certain attackers pushing all the way from second floor gym balcony, but turns out they'll just go in for a standard breach all the way from CCTV. They will succeed in doing so, and with it, alongside the Goya's Vulcan shield will also be popped out, forcing the attackers to not have an idea to go in for a rush potential. I mean, for Team Phalanx, we've seen them go on a very aggressive push towards CCTV, and we've seen them succeed twice when they went up against Team MercenarieZ, right? So I believe Won't Stop Peaking, knowing that they might go in aggressive, they decide to use in some backup plan, knowing that those kinds of rush would not happen from their end. But for now, They're pushing all the way towards construction. You still get to see the drone works being made from the side of the attackers as they're trying to gain some information, but they forgot about Cobra all the way from the side of Cash Room, while the drone work came a bit too late for Phalanx to give them the information nonetheless. Prone peek attempt from Cobra, still gets away with a kill. Double. And now, with the mute jammers still being in play, Garage Catwalk still at the hands of the defenders. The only thing that they've done is just breached a wall on CCTV, and that I believe would be more than enough. But you forgot about Ishan, still at Cash Room, still contesting, and in just 50 seconds, won't stop peeking. They still have good control on this place. My God, headshot from Mojo. There you have it. Gadodasti all by himself from the main stairs will secure a kill off from Oryx. We're still got to be careful on the rest of the 3 players from team. Won't stop peeking. Maybe there's a chance. 1v2, triple kill. An attempt of a run out from Ishan, but turns out it didn't quite work out well in their favor. And now Dark Lord, he really needs to be careful though, because a weaponry like Zophia's M7 could have a chance to secure this clutch. Only 10 HP remains. 20 seconds. Information definitely will be given. Oh man, that is what I love to call an anticlimactic finish. It always...
That's a champion's death if I've ever seen one. 1v2 10 HP, I'd love to go out that way. Just save myself the, bullets being shredded. But yeah, apart from that, yet again, overall, this round won't stop peeking in their defense. They kind of proved to everyone. They were like, yeah, our Romos are good, but our anchor heavy hold can be just as good, if not better, if we want to play like that. Many times this happens on CCTV and cache executes where the attackers close in on the space very rapidly and the defenders have little to no room to move around. They're all huddled up inside of the red hallway, inside of garage rafters, CCTV and cache, of course, itself behind those bulletproof shields. This time, won't stop peeking, same situation for them, but they held their ground and they made sure that they wouldn't lose out, on those gunfights. They took so many of the gunfights, end up winning majority of them, which goes to show that, yeah, Phalanx are going to have a difficult time getting their way around these skills. They can individualize the gunfights. That's exactly what Guy with Audacity did. He ended up getting the 2 kills. A little bit of misplay on the side of Won't Stop Peeking as well. These guys, they got a bit hungry for that final kill on towards the Zofia, which really they shouldn't have. But overall, still a round win nonetheless. Means that, yeah, it's going to be Won't Stop Peeking's clubhouse defense looking extremely solid. Things on basement, Church and Arsenal, yeah, they could have been improved. But again, if they focus on their anchors, that can happen. CCTV is very good. Let's see the tertiary bomb side. Let's see their final objective on this rotation, that they have going on. And the final bomb side before everything gets reset. And how exactly does the defense bode well there?
For now, as we focus on towards the push that will happen towards CCTV, Jim, although Mira has been banned yet from the side of Won't Stop Peeking, they could have brought in the Mira to provide good anchored hold, but you also have the Osa as well from the side of Dawn. So you could say when it comes to capturing chokeholds, it's actually a bit difficult for them to push in from that particular place, but yeah, Won't Stop Peeking, they'll just usually take their sweet time. They're not gonna give away their positionings just yet. But Ishan, on the other hand, with a cheeky angle all the way from Strip Club, he will secure a kill all the way from Gym Balcony to secure Hercules, and that is the hard breacher out. Although he's secured in opening up the walls into a second floor gym hallway, you still have the exothermic charge from the Thermite, and Guy with Audacity, does he have the idea? No, he does not, but he still gets away with a kill. Equalized it to a 4v4, and now he might be able to get another headshot. No, it won't happen. Trade will come in as soon as Mojo realized that Ishan hadn't succeeded in his gunfight all the way from main stairs. So everything is looking fine and dandy for Team Won't Stop Peeking. At the loss of Ishan, they've secured a trade by removing both Hercules and Guy with Audacity. So they have to make do with his execute being made from Don Escobar. Oh no, not again. Not again. Are you kidding me? Oh man, that is definitely going to hurt for Team Phalanx. As yet another Frost Mat Trap will secure a kill. Cobra on the other hand, is gonna miss a lot of shots, while Lefty will secure the kill nonetheless. 2v3, Mojo been dealt a major amount of damage, so he will be forced to be in that place nonetheless. So which means that it is up to Violet and Dark Lord. Dark Lord will secure a kill with the TCSG. Now it's a 1v2, where one of the players still hasn't gained control of the site just yet, devastating his entire. I mean, he has cleared the entirety of both the sites. All he's got to do is just be careful of the main stairs. Cooked nade will be thrown out, but Mojo, he knows exactly what's happening and he will get it. Okay. Oh man, Phalanx. Good attempt of throwing the grenade, but what he didn't expect was Mojo going very aggressive to secure the kill. And yeah, I believe the Frostmat Traps is actually working out well in the favor of Team Won't Stop Peaking here, CCV.
Is this the sequel? Is this the sequel to, what used to happen in the year 2021 to KIRA Esports? Back then, that was the year of, that being their kryptonite. This time, it can be Team Phalanx who are wrapped under it. It's the final matchup. You never know. The quote-unquote curse can carry on forward into the next year if Team Phalanx aren't careful. And you betcha Won't Stop Peaking will be going for the Frost plays. Because if you think about it, okay, even outside of the perspective from, just the Frost mats, it's good. You can get your opponents... you can really get your opponents in a twist of a situation if they're not careful. But other than that, Frost is a very good pick on Clubhouse overall. Multiple bomb sites favor her. And then we've got the next map of Chalet, where Frost anyways is one of the staple operators of the entire defensive half. Like, you can have Frost in so many of your compositions because of that bulletproof shield, because of the fact that the secondary shotgun means that you can make the rotations very, very quickly, and the 9mm as well. It's not the best of weapons, but again, you can manage with it. The low fire rate means that you can essentially make sure that even if you go for headshots, they land, and there is practically no recoil to it. So I definitely assume that the side of Won't Stop Peaking, these guys will be going for constant Frost picks time and time again. Right now, that is not their concern. Their concern is Rook and Doc. I don't know, and I really don't think this is going to be their final composition for Basement Church and Arsenal. Now that Mojo has returned, we may see something different. But if they're seriously going for Rook and Dog, oh boy, Team Phalanx, the gunfights these guys will be taking, definitely aim for the headshots is what I would say.
Yeah, since you have both Rook and Doc being in play for the defense, I'm pretty sure that the team on the side of Phalanx should be expecting a spawn peak. So they've got to make sure that they would at least secure a headshot to make sure a down would not happen from Rook's armor plates, and make sure that even if they do get information, they still have to stay strong and ensure that they have victory to at least one of their attack rounds. Also, once again, for Phalanx, please be careful of the Frostmat traps. Make sure to drone it out, check to see exactly where the traps have been situated, and then head in for the push. Although, I've got to say for Dawn, he almost had a chance to secure both of the site if the Frostmat trap wasn't laid down there all the way towards the bathroom side. So now I can finally understand why Won't Stop Peaking had made a decision to not bring in the Mira and just bring in the Frost, mainly because of the element of surprise. But all in all, for Won't Stop Peaking, they will secure a good amount of lead by securing 3 rounds on defense, I believe. Actually, 2 rounds on defense, one of which was secured from second floor site. Actually, all 3 sites have been secured from Won't Stop Peaking, which means that we are going back towards Basement Church and Arsenal Room once again for Team Won't Stop Peaking, as we will witness the GIGN brothers, the Doc and the Rook. It's been a while since we've seen both Doc and Rook be in play, especially with major changes that's been that had been happened from both the sides. The stim pistol, which can put you to full HP without worrying about anything. And we also have the Rook's Arbor Plates, which has the ability of a withstand if you get downed but not outstayed. So it's a very powerful tool for the defenders to stay alive and gain info. Plus, you could also be aggressive, all 3 at the same time.
That indeed is there. Won't Stop Peaking. They're bringing this new this new meta of just constantly going for health, like prioritizing health, and it works. Buckinator, Spawn Peak, Hercules gone, and Hercules has just been having a very, very rough day in the server so far. It's been 4 rounds, and all 4 of them, he has been eliminated. Not a single kill to his name. He has been playing that support. We've seen him on the ace plenty of times. I believe once we even saw him on the thermite. But it's the same result nonetheless. Dark Lord gets a kill.
My God.
He goes for a run out. He heals himself. He goes back. The Claymore doesn't affect the dog.
It's like nothing happened.
Won't stop peeking. This is a Pandora's box. No. Won't stop peeking have uncovered something here that the entire... I mean, I'm pretty sure teams must have tried this in their own matches and in their own like private scrims. Sorry, not like official matches. We haven't seen this before. But this is something completely just unwarranted. I'm pretty sure this is like, again, a crime against humanity to go for Rook, Doc, Thunderbird. You've got Alibi as well. What is going on? Team Phalanx, sadly, they just cannot cope up with all of these changes. Look at that flank from Cobra. And it is going to be a flawless round. The impact works to a certain extent, changes the course of action. And the entire round was just... Oh God, yeah, won't stop picking our... oh, yeah, this is something different.
Yep, now we're going to witness the title of Won't Stop Peaking. And I'm pretty sure a Frost will be brought out once again from Ishan. Yeah, there you go. Frost will be brought out. Rook and Doc is usually being brought out, especially when the site is in basement, church, and assault room. But the rest of the sites, they just usually prefer going with trap operators. And Dark Lord, once again, bring in the Oryx, which has the ability to dash, make sure to open up good line of sight. And if the attackers do think about bringing in the Blitz, well, the Rima Dash will make sure to have that knockback effect to ensure that the that the defenders have a window of opportunity to remove them out.
What are
they opened up CCTV.
Dystopian spawn peak. This is a dystopian spawn peak where they just want to make sure they have every single angle. But what they fail to realize is that the attackers can just spawn somewhere else and the attackers shall have a free CCTV breach. So, oh no. Oh, I have a very bad feeling about this for one of the teams. Either Won't Stop Peaking successfully pull this off, which there is that feeling it's gonna happen. Cobra. Oh yeah. Oh my God. Oof. Yeah, well, spoke too soon. But
yep,
as was mentioned, Won't Stop Peaking. No, you don't do this.
Although it was a good attempt, from Cobra, from the side of Cobra, placing all 3 holograms and just play the mind games was a good thing to bring out the new stuff, from Won't Stop Peaking. But turns out Lefty immediately found out who was the right alibi, and he actually gets the right one, securing a headshot as well. But for Won't Stop Peaking, losing that one player, what's more problematic is that they've lost 2 more. With Violet and Mojo being downed out, it's now all at the hands of Dark Lord and Ishan to secure this important clutch. And turns out they eventually does. Violet's trap ends up with a kill while being in the grave. Still, it's a 2v3 situation, which Ishan immediately brings it back up to a 2v2 equalizer. CCTV has already been breached, so they don't have to worry about secondary hard breach to open up certain lines of sight, nor they have to worry about the players because they're just slowly losing the grasp of the situation. It's Hercules back in a 1v2. Usually we see Hercules get picked out quite early in the round, but now he is the last man standing for round number 5. Breaches will be done all the way from the construction side. It's a 2v1. Ishan sees the player, gets taken out, and Won't Stop Peaking will secure a 2v4. Actually, a 2v5.
Yep,
and Violet actually gets a surprising kill from the Razor Bloom trap.
Yeah, that was that. I mean, the entire round, yet again, Team Phalanx had everything given to them. Kill after kill after kill. But sadly, they still couldn't ensure round victory, and this is now just yeah, it's a classic case of one of the teams yeah, not having the best of times, in the server. I think that's pretty much it. Having like the scoreboard as well. Don Escobar, who's usually, again, he's a very flexible yet explosive player. There have been times that we've seen him on many of those supporting roles. He's been an anchor. He's really good with the SMG-11. But this time, yeah, on the attack, no kills for him. Hercules as well, having such a quiet day. Won't Stop Peeking are just running away with it, and sadly, Team Phalanx can do nothing to counter it. I mean, a 5 versus 2 not going their way is a major indication. It's just, yeah, you cannot have a more, like flashing red light in front of you that, okay, something is wrong, you gotta check what's happening, gotta make sure it doesn't occur again. But for Team Phalanx, what did they do? So many times this has happened here in the Nationals, even in the Pro Series. One team just cannot get the strongest sense of kills, and because of that, they ultimately lose out. And yeah, this is pretty much, it is what it is. When it comes to crosshair placement, when it comes to recoil management, Won't Stop Peeking are excelling. They're getting the frags more than Team Phalanx. The matchup has exceeded all strategy, because again, God forbid, Won't Stop Peeking are opening CCTV wall. There are no strategies being employed. They wanted to go for spawn peaks, they wanted to go for kills. That's all that's happening right now. On gym and bedroom, okay, something different. It's still classic, no Mira, but rather a Frost has been chosen, bulletproof shields are there. The defenders still want kills as soon as possible, no matter where it happens, and they may just find it if Team Phalanx are not careful. So once more, question has got to be asked. Do the attackers punish this kind of behavior from the side of Won't Stop Peeking? Do they punish over peeking and, going for all of these angles?
Well, we're about to find out right now with the Won't Stop Peeking letting the attackers open up the breach on gym balcony. Now they've got to figure out a way to enter into us. The side impacts thrown, and Mojo deals major damage from it. Cobra really needs to be careful on those certain situations. But wait a minute, Dawn has been downed. I believe that's Buckinate once again in a different angle. No, it's actually the same angle. Headshot remove 1. Cobra gets downed out from the side of Guy of the Audacity. They finally equalize it to a 4v4, and now you could say that the site is under a compromise. While it will be down, Buckinate will be going down as well, which means that it's all down to Mojo and Dark Lord to secure a 3v3 equalizer. A revival will be made nonetheless. Here comes Mojo. Good peek and a removal of player all the way from second floor gym. And now with the breaches being made, Violet's being picked up. Devastating secures a kill. This is looking good. Once again, an equalizer being made from Team Phalanx. They're trying to remove the attack drones to give less amount of information. Dark Lord playing once again the risky angle. His location will be given away. It's best for him to fall back, reposition, and find a different angle. The angle that he's playing right now is very powerful and dangerous for Team Phalanx if they have no idea on player's positioning. But Devastating comes back once again. Triple kill. He secures the 4th. No, he does not. Hercules will arrive just in time to remove the players off from the bathroom side. And with it, finally, we will see Team Phalanx secure round number 6, ending the first half on a 1-5 scoreline. Won't Stop Peeking have secured 5 defensive round wins. And unfortunately for Ishan, the cold never bothered him anyway.
So for the side of Team Phalanx now, yeah, 1 round to their name, all well and good. How does their defense bode against this side of Won't Stop Peeking, who again, as the name says, these guys will not stop peeking. They will constantly go for the angles. They will constantly swing wide and try and ensure a couple of kills here, a couple of kills there, anyway to get the win. Sometimes do they go overboard? Yes, absolutely they do. And that is where Team Phalanx have got to, get their strength from. That's all that they need to realize and ensure that they can counter this overly aggressive playstyle from WSP. That is exactly what happened in round number 7. To a certain extent, that's also what had happened in round number 1, where it came down to the 1 versus 1 that eventually went the way of the defenders. But this time, things can be different. This time, Team Phalanx can actually come back into it if they want. But again, it's a lot more easier said than done. Won't Stop Peeking. Their overall composition, yeah, yet again, this matchup has exceeded strategy. It's Won't Stop Peeking, just bringing operators I guess they find themselves comfortable with the glass is there. They want to go for a smoke plant, but there are no smokes that they've brought on. So I'm not sure exactly what Buckinator is looking for with that glass. I guess the frag grenades, maybe try and get a kill. No, he won't find anything. But still, for the side of Team Phalanx, yeah, I want to see how the defenders hold on forward from this attack.
Yeah, Cobra's already giving away his positioning all the way from logistics, almost missing the chance of removing Dawn. And yeah, Dawn will run away safely and make sure that he would live to tell the tale. As he will rotate back all the way from the cash room. Now, Won't Stop Peeking are showing their presence. The breach will be done from CCTV, where Violet shouldn't have any problems, but losing Dark Cloud already in mid-round will cause major difficulties towards Won't Stop Peeking's attack. Secondary hard breach will be used, but it's been jammed, which means that they need to remove those important mute jammers that's been connected towards the floor, and they could doing by using all the way towards Stocks, but somehow Ishan secures a headshot to remove Devastating. I believe that had happened all the way from CCTV window, and now he's looking for his second, sees the player, but doesn't get the shot properly. But now the main problem has to be the mute jammers. The glass, Ishan won't be able to make a very long angle all the way towards construction, but at least he will secure by removing one of the mute jammers. Oh boy, he sees one more, won't be able to get the shot. Dawn once again stays alive, but the breach will be done nonetheless. What cooked nade from Mojo? Turns out he didn't expect the explosive to go out towards himself, and that is going to cause Won't Stop Peeking another player down. 3v4 as we see Won't Stop Peeking currently struggling a lot on attack. And with Ishan still bringing in the glass, he's currently facing a lot of problems trying to find this one player all the way from Red Stairs hallway. And here comes Dawn once again, securing a headshot to remove the glass. 2 players left. Once again, Won't Stop Peeking facing a lot of issues as Cobra secures a kill. Cobra secures once more as he removes Lefty out of the play, and now he's all by himself. He finds one. No, the GLMG won't secure a kill all the way from Garage Catwalk. Whips out the SMG-11, and Guide Audacity secures the... And Guide Audacity will secure the headshot nonetheless. Oh boy, a very close encounters all the way towards construction and also from CCTV window. But alas, in the end, it will be Team Phalanx who will secure round number 7 nonetheless. They have to keep this going to make sure that they would equalize the second half. And they will do so by heading in towards second floor gym and bedroom side.
Yeah, Team Phalanx and their defense is looking really good. Won't Stop Peeking, just no way for them to really enter. I mean, Violet had the 3 flashbangs, right? But still, which angle do you peek? There was so little information on board that Won't Stop Peeking constantly kept guessing where the defenders were. Is there someone inside of CCTV room? Is there someone inside of cash? Is there someone by the doorway? You know, how many people are there towards garage rafters? Are we seeing a rotation? What is happening? Where's that 4th defender? Exactly what is going on? Won't Stop Peeking wherever they went for those angles towards the very end, yet was unfortunately a death sentence. Team Phalanx, really good stuff. This time, you know, they're employing again very similar and yet again very simple tactics from their side. Bring the meter, bring the castle, delay the attackers as much as possible, extend towards CCTV, extend towards cash room. It's how any team would play, you know, gym and bedroom overall. No major changes to it. That's good to see. At this point, you know, Team Phalanx, they really just should be focusing on making sure their players get the kills and their players stay alive. That is the possibility. That can happen. We have just seen that. So as little of a compromise and as few changes as they can make to their composition and to their setup, the more beneficial it would be. But yeah, overall, the side of Won't Stop Peeking, I think these guys have stopped messing around. They're like, okay, let's just secure the map of Clubhouse. We have lost 2 rounds. That's it. We should not give any more. And this is the time where I believe Won't Stop Peeking would get serious. And already, yeah, Hercules just got completely off guard. Had no idea the Iana was present towards pool room. And that's the Jaeger gone. Eliminated. No trade. Devastating also seemed to follow. And the entire defense is just caught, you know, red-handed. No way to go. No matter what angle they peek, they have been spotted. And look at that. Same fate for all of them.
Same fate it is. And Ishan will make sure to get the final frag. by just showing his presence from to all the way towards first floor, it kind of felt like, Phalanx were heavily focused towards the second floor construction site, and there were some certain setups which had been completed thoroughly. So they decided, you know what, let's just focus on completing the setups already, although action phase was already in. And since the players from the side of Won't Stop Peaking realized that no one's actually holding in towards first floor and the hatch has already been opened up, it's literally free for us to head in. And getting the opening pick was more than enough to catch Team Phalanx off guard while they were busy trying to reposition themselves back into a safe place. So once Ishan got a hold of one of the players out, all Cobra had to do was just follow it up with the same frags by doing the same thing in towards construction. What this did was Phalanx had to focus entirely towards first floor, which eventually did led the whole CCTV site on towards second floor uncontested and free for Cobra to secure those two important frags. So using the power of distraction, Won't Stop Peaking will secure match point 6-2. And now on basement church and arsenal room, the most important site for any defenders that has a higher chance of success. All they've got to do is just make sure the hatches has been taken care of properly. And for Phalanx, they have to figure out a way to deny this aggressive plays being made from Cobra, because he's already in second floor hallway. And does he have the idea? Yes, he does. Oh boy, good headshot though from Guy Audacity. Securing a kill like that, denying the aggressive plays from Won't Stop Peaking. With Cobra gone, now they can just play it safe and play accordingly to strats, having a total of 6 impacts being presented towards the sides of Team Phalanx.
The impacts are going to be a major, key to solving this puzzle for the side of Phalanx as to how long can they delay the attackers for, and can they delay the attackers? Indeed, they can. Already, Cobra's gone, room clear, is going to be a lot more intuitive from the remaining attackers, because they themselves will have to roam clear now, making sure every single defender is gone. Set up, again flank watches and all that, and then only can they proceed forward. Once again, all those air jabs and everything has been placed. But seems like the attackers are ready to move on forward. There's one in dirt. The kitchen hatch looking to be open. It's going to be a constant battle between the Hibana and between all the defenders. Another impact goes through, and maybe it's time the attackers realize, first let's open up Moto, because again there is no other hard breacher. Violet Versace, only his ex-Kairos there, and those are also now gone. So Won't Stop Peaking, trouble for them. How do you execute? Yes, you're into dirt. Dirt is a great avenue for them to get some kills, but they will have to send the remaining attackers down either from blue or through main stairs, both of which are very, very deadly, and both of which can ultimately be lethal for these attackers if they're not careful. But still, Won't Stop Peaking. It looks like they've got good, information about these defenders. The drone presence is still there. They've got 8 of the drones. It's all about the gunfights, and Won't Stop Peaking again need to live up to their name. They've got to make sure these guys don't stop peaking. Need to make sure they win out on those firefights.
Yes, now as we reach in towards 30 seconds time for the attackers to make their presence known, Mojo will make sure to equalize the man count to a 3-3, but they're still having issues pushing all the way towards the arsenal room, and it's going to be even much more tougher with Dawn securing 2 kills by removing both Ishan and Mojo, which will lead to Dark Lord all by himself. 10 seconds, it's a 1v3, he gets caught off, and Lefty will make sure to get the final frag as well. Round number 9 goes in the hands of Team Phalanx, with a beautiful hold being made and a good denial of removing the aggressive plays that had been shown around from Team Won't Stop Peaking. Removing Cobra was more than enough for Team Phalanx to get back their composure, make sure to use their strategies as best as possible, and evidently in doing so will secure a round on defense. So all they're going to do is just make sure to do the same thing again, but in a different site, which will be on second floor CCTV and cash room. This time, we're not going to see them bring in the Valkyrie. This time, they'll bring in the Melusi, having the Banshee deterrent, which could, you could say it's more of a wireless barbed wire, mainly because it does the same work, but it has, wider range. It has more range than the barbed wire itself, which could give ample amount of information. It's both of like a mixture of a proximity mine and a barbed wire just fused together to form a banshee deterrent. So really great when it comes to giving information and slowing down the attackers, because won't stop peeking. They always heavily rely on being in unexpected positionings, especially in the early rounds itself. So they're trying to
Right.
counter that. And you also have the C4s and impacts from Devastating's end, which could help him to, be much more versatile when it comes to roaming. So if he gets caught out in a place where he doesn't have any escape, he could just use the impact nades to get away safely, or try to make an attempt for a run out or spawn peaks, in which Phalanx, I'm pretty sure they're not going to go in for those certain moments. So they'll just heavily focus on holding out the CCTV breach, in which Won't Stop Peeking will do it right now.
Yeah, let's see, won't stop peeking. Go for the breach. Let's see, won't stop peeking again. Very, very rapidly move on forward and secure everything they'd like, get that control down. Osis goes through. Exothermic blows the wall up, and yeah, line of sight established, method of entry established as well. But my god, what a play from Devastating. That is really smart, and Cobra absolutely did not see it coming. He could barely see when the alibi swung wide, let alone the alibi secure the headshot as well. So that's an attacker gone. Complete, just outmaneuvering Osa right there, and thus the defenders are in advantage yet again. Team Phalanx looking really, really solid. Won't stop peaking. Yes, they're on the back foot, but we've seen them make that comeback time and time again. And this feels like another instance. They're like, okay, if we can't have CCTV breach directly, we shall enter from garage. We'll go for the garage takes. Screw, getting the construction control. That's not always necessary. If we prioritize on garage, that's also another method of entry. Only thing is, gotta watch out for the defenders, and this time they're not only looking out for the defenders, rather looking to kill them as well. You've got guy with audacity, really good headshot, and he does indeed fall back safely into the bomb site. Still even Stevens for all of these guys now.
Yeah, you still have the C4 from Lefty, and he's going to go all the way downstairs to secure the C4 kill. This could happen. Can he claims the kill? Yes, he does. 2v1. Now it's favoring for Phalanx, and Mojo, being the last man player alive, he has to figure out a way to secure those two important kills. Cooked nade, information will be given from the Banshee. He will secure the kill nonetheless. Almost a peek and a half to secure the kill off from Melusi. But all in all, I've got to say the patience that you saw from Guy with Audacity securing those very important kills, that it did immediately, made the entire attack push from Won't Stop Peaking, weakened out immediately once they reached in towards the site, was a job well done for Phalanx. And now with them securing their defensive round once again, it will be 4-6. And if they secure second floor gym and bedroom, high likely chances that Phalanx could put this to overtime. And Phalanx, they are full on with strategies, bring in the castle's armor panel, the mirrors. It usually works out a lot, and especially when you have good amount of cover, all they've got to do is just make sure that they have, that the hatch has been taken care of, especially with Ishan. Once he, received his first frag, so did Cobra, who did ended up getting those two important kills from construction. So they have to be careful when it comes to, unexpected positionings that Won't Stop Peaking could arrive from the first floor site. But all in all, Team Phalanx, they've got the momentum going. All they've got to do is just make sure that they keep going forward and ensure victory would be in their hands. Equalizing it would be their biggest focus, but let's see what will happen in this action phase.
Let's see, indeed, they definitely want to equalize this, and they definitely want to make sure overtime is the next step, because Phalanx themselves have chosen this map. We have seen how good these guys can be on Clubhouse. Today, earlier on at least, it just didn't feel like one of their days. They are bringing it back. I mean, Guy with Audacity having a stunning performance, Devastating also putting in the numbers. These two guys have been pulling a lot more weight of the entire roster. So if the other members can also step in, do their due diligence, then it can really mean Team Phalanx will be looking near undefeatable. But once more, same to the side of Cobra. Osa shield, and he's behind it safe and sound, but for how long? He can see a lot of angles. Here's the C4 getting pulled off. Again, it's a fake. It's a cue to see what the OSA will do. But no, the attackers themselves are playing their own mind games with the frag grenades, themselves making sure that they can get some of the defenders, and indeed they can. Lefty's gone, castle departs. Now, responsibility on the shoulders of the defenders to make that move, and indeed they shall. Devastating also peaks. Beautiful headshot. Vector works wonders. And yet again, it's won't stop peaking. Once more, these guys on the back foot.
Yeah, this was a really smart play coming in from Devastating, knowing that there would be a cooked nade from first floor side. He decided to go prone in towards second floor hallway. Although he didn't had good amount of cover, the surprise element that he had by just being in an off angle really did give the advantage for him to secure that kill. And now with the OSA gone, second floor gym still in the hands of Won't Stop Peaking. All they've got to do is just remove the Mira out of that place in towards the bathroom side, knowing that Ishan has been gone. First floor is clearly at the hands of Phalanx. All they've got to do is just make sure the windows have been taken care of. And since they don't have a choice to push in towards CCTV, that could have gotten themselves an easy kill to remove Dark Lord, it'll be a difficult task for Won't Stop Peaking. Nonetheless, they've secured match point, but still Phalanx, they're not going to give up just yet. And Dark Lord surprise attack all the way from second floor gym window is going to give them the opportunity. 3v2, Devastating, still at the same angle, secures a triple kill. And now Mojo, he's the only one left. Once again, 1v3. Diffuser still not at the hands of Team Won't Stop Peaking. And here comes Devastating once again. Won't be able to secure a kill. Drops down from the hatch. Mojo, cooked grenade. Will it catch its prey on those defenders? No, he won't. Positions will be given away from the barbed wire. Will be forced to go all the way upstairs. Informations will be given away from the bulletproof shield. And with it, Don Escobar will secure the kill with the SMG-11. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, we will see Team Phalanx secure once more on second floor gym and bedroom with an amazing performance being displayed from Devastating, playing all the way from second floor gym hallway where his location was still unknown. Won't Stop Peaking. What happened with the drone works? What happened with the information? You guys were going in blind. Although you had CCTV control, you had zero information on players' whereabouts in second floor gym and bedroom. And because of that, they started losing a lot of players, and you let Devastating get 3 kills with his location still not being given out.
It's not just the location, it's the communication inside of Won't Stop Peaking as well. I feel like it's definitely taken a little bit of on a downward trend. Won't Stop Peaking are not as confident in their plays as they were again in the prior half. Back then they were really feeling themselves, and overall the communication was good. Now I can only imagine, and one can only imagine what must be the situation in the voice call that all the players are in. How much is being talked about, what kind of call outs are being given, because yeah, again, Devastating, just being in bathroom, going for those hyper aggressive plays with the Vector SMG, peeking the angles. The attacker should have known about that. The attacker should have told each other. The Mira was last seen in outside of bathroom towards that hallway. She killed me from there. Make sure doesn't happen again. Make sure she is eliminated if any of you are looking to go inside of gym or push from jacuzzi. Did that happen? Unfortunately not. So yeah, classic example of that. Now, basement church in Arsenal. The one instance Won't Stop Peaking have of ensuring that, they can still end this matchup before it goes to overtime, before Team Phalanx really have an opportunity to sneak that surprise win. Because if it goes to OT, chances are Phalanx are looking for redemption, they're looking for revenge, and already Devastating is not going to be quiet. Impact Tricking is back into it. I'm not sure why Won't Stop Peaking are only bringing a single hard breacher. They kill Lefty, that's very good. The breach is looking to happen. No one can prevent it now unless Devastating also moves on forward. And yeah, he also shall. There's only a single hard breacher. How much can Cobra do to get the kitchen hatch open? Why is there no Thermite? Why is there no Maverick? Why is there no Ace? No one is present. This is just yeah, again, this is so weird from their side. Is Cobra planning on dropping down? Okay, he's not. He's not going to.
I mean, Cobra just used every single pellet towards kitchen, and he only succeeded in removing only one hatch. What about bar hatch? What about stock hatch? That is completely uncontested from Team Won't Stop Peaking, because they're heavily relied on this drop down from kitchen hatch, and also the push from dirt and also from main stairs, where they could establish good line of sight. But you got to be careful, but you got to understand, those impact nades was clearly made to not only waste a lot of time, but also waste a lot of utilities. And what is happening from Wamai? And Cobra missing a lot of shots. This is not good. You let the Wamai push all the way towards the dirt side, and he gets picked out just because of it. Okay, Equalizer has been presented towards themselves. 3v3. Where is the control on kitchen? There is. So does the Maestro's Evil Eye Cam that will secure information and also removal of 2 players out. What is happening from Team Won't Stop Peaking? Why? Just why were they heavily focused on kitchen push? Ishan is the only player left now, 1v3, only 20 seconds, mainly because they were hell-bent focused on that one single hatch. And I'm pretty sure that Ishan won't be able to succeed this 1v3 because he doesn't have enough time, nor the challenge that he will succeed up against Guy with Audacity. What is happening? Now, we are back as Team Phalanx will secure one more round on defense. All the way from 1 to 5 in the first half, we are now going to witness overtime from these two teams, 6-6. And with Team Phalanx being on defense, they will head out with the same side once again. CCTV and Cash Room will be the side. And I've got to admit, from Won't Stop Peaking, I'm not quite sure that the attack is going really good from their end.
No, it's not. No, it's not. The attack is really struggling. And again, this is it. This is the problem junction for the side of Won't Stop Peaking, because now it's overtime. Out of the 3 rounds, on 2 of them, on majority, they will be on attack. They need a round win. Team Phalanx, I mean, at this point, they're looking like the favorites to win the map. Based on how the performance has gone, I feel like Team Phalanx are, again, just going to repeat the same thing. Won't Stop Peaking. Yeah, major changes need to happen from their side. You know, they need to ensure a lot of things happen differently. They are yet, I was just going to say Violet Versace on the Thermite, that's nice, but no. They are yet again going for a single hard breacher and no hard breaching gadgets, nothing. There's only one person who can open hatches. Yet again, it's Cobra. We have seen Basement Church and Arsenal literal seconds ago. Won't Stop Peaking. Why are they going for the same thing? They know what the plan of Team Phalanx is. They are still not changing. Violet Versace was on the Thermite and he swapped out to an IQ. Okay, spot the C4, spot the Valkyrie Black Eyes. Cool. But no Thermite, no secondary. It's so difficult to call what the plan of action is for these guys.
You know, they could have just brought in the Fuse's cluster charge, but no. I mean, you do know that there will be a lot of utilities being placed from the Arsenal side, right? So bringing in Fuse's cluster charge can just immediately remove the players or have a maximum chance of success towards kitchen side. But Hercules somehow, using the line of sight, will get away with an important kill. And that is the Hibana gone. Now, how can you open up the hatch now? Won't Stop Peaking. I'm confused at this point. Hercules will be gone, but his Evil Eye cams will give ample amount of information, and it heavily requires Won't Stop Peaking to use some explosive utilities to remove that one certain gadget. I'm really confused here. I have no idea what Won't Stop Peaking will do at this moment because they don't have any hard breaches. They can't open up the hatches. And the only push that they can do is either push from Oil Pit, Blue Stairs, Main Stairs, and towards Dirt. Line of sights, is heavily in favor for Phalanx. And I'm pretty sure that currently won't stop peeking. They're just wasting time. They don't have certain information. Although there is one yellow ping, Cook nade will be made, but won't be able to secure a kill. But for won't stop peeking, they're doing the same execute as they have they been doing in the second half. And I'm pretty sure this is never going to work for won't stop peeking.
Let's see, let's wait and watch while Versace goes down blue. No defender looking towards him. Oh, this still has some potential. He needs to secure a frag. Not only does he get one, that's two. And now it's all down to guy with audacity. Wait a minute. Won't stop peeking. Somehow they've still pulled this back. Guy with audacity ensures any air jabs have been destroyed. MPX in hand still needs to isolate all of the gunfights. Gets one. Diffuser. Planted. And that's guy with audacity with another. Oh, wait. Mojo, he's really the one who needs to step up. He's got two frag grenades. Dark Lord very low on HP, but still got one. Holds the crossfire, spots the Valkyrie, and secures the headshot. The attackers win it from the depths of hell when it was least assumed they'd be able to do so. It's not down to the heart breachers. It's down to, again, that lurk play from the IQ going down blue. No one saw it coming. And that's ultimately what was the secret to success for the side of Won't Stop Peaking. And now, once more tables have been turned because Won't Stop Peaking head into their defense on Basement Church and Arsenal with overtime match point.
Yeah, there we go. OT match point. And we won't be able to see a Doc being brought out from Cobra, but a Rook will be brought out as well. Those armor plates will be very powerful for the defenders to receive a good amount of HP. Also having, also making sure that they will be at a DBNO state if they take a lot of damage. So I'm not quite sure. To be honest, while I was watching Won't Stop Peaking's attack coordination, it really wasn't good, especially on the early and mid rounds. What made them save the round was Violet. Violet was the one who pushed in from blue, while Team Phalanx, they literally thought, you know what, since they're going to go with the same push once again, it will be mid-stairs push, dirt, and also there will be at least one player from the hatch, so we will heavily focus on those particular lines of sight. Violet got away with it, mainly because Team Phalanx would never expect that push happen. And they were heavily focused on those three major, chokehold angles in which Won't Stop Peaking were making a push. And using that distraction, securing those two kills, as the IQ, is the main reason why Won't Stop Peaking had secured the round in the first place. So, I don't know, man. Phalanx, lack of information is what led them lose the round in the first place. And now Won't Stop Peaking, securing overtime. Wait a minute, did I just... Okay, the Rook armor plate is at basement Arsenal room. Alright, it's right from there itself. For a moment there I thought it was all the way towards first floor bar, but never mind. I think I just hallucinated for a while there. But all in all, 13 kills to both Buckinator and Dark Lord, including Mojo too. He's also secured 13 kills. The balance that I've seen from Won't Stop Peaking is just... Like, you cannot make this up. 19 kills to Guy with Audacity, and 15 kills to Devastating. Won't Stop Peaking, they're in match point. Can they secure this round on defense?
Let's wait it out and see exactly if Won't Stop Peaking will be able to do it or not. The side of Team Phalanx, it's their attack. Don Escobar on the Jackal already means that eliminating the roamers should be easier. Devastating knows where the Valkyrie is, tosses the frag grenade, ends up in vain, but still pushes back Mojo. Make sure that now there is really no defender in the entirety of first or second floor. All five members of Won't Stop Peaking are in or near, like adjacent to the bomb site in basement. That's it. Team Phalanx can start with proper executions now as soon as possible, because they really need to be as quick and as efficient with their time. 40 seconds are left on the clock. Defenders are dispersed all over this floor. They're holding every single angle. They're watching and waiting for these attackers to make the first move, and really it's down to these attackers now to find that breakthrough. The entire map lies on the shoulders of Team Phalanx. The entire, test of time. Can they be victorious? Well, so far, doesn't go their way. Escobar, devastating, Hercules, all of them eliminated. The two players, they want to make the best out of it. It's all down to Lefty in the corner. Goomine and bullets hunt him down. It's Won't Stop Peaking who secure the map win 8-6. Whew. That's Clubhouse now done.
Yep, Clubhouse 8-6. Although there were a lot of mistakes being made from both the sides, in the end, we will see Won't Stop Peaking secure on map Clubhouse itself. 16 and 19 kills to devastating and Guy with Audacity, in which it should have been done and dusted from Won't Stop Peaking once they were playing 2 rounds on attack, right? They were already in match point. Round number 7, it was 6-1. All they had to do was to secure 1 round on attack, and turns out we saw Team Phalanx bring back by using the most standard plays that we've seen. Basement Chest and Arsenal Room, you have 6 impacts, and yet Won't Stop Peaking wants to open up the hatch on Kitchen, while it could have been best to just focus on someplace else. Push from blue, push from main stairs. There are tons of choices where the attackers could have gone through and still continuing to challenge a total of 6 impacts, while the Hibana uses every single pellets just to remove one of the hatches is definitely not a way for Team Won't Stop Peaking to be performing on attack. But all in all, they will secure the win nonetheless. And I've got to say, the performance being made from Hercules and Buckinator have been very impressive, and the same thing can also be said from Guy with Audacity and Hercules. Even though he's playing as a support, he made sure to provide good lines of sight and also provide useful information thanks to his attack drones. But all in all, it will be Team Won't Stop Peaking who will secure an overtime match point 8-6. And there were some quite surprising moments, especially from Won't Stop Peaking, securing 2 Pogmat kills from Ishan, opening up the whole wall of CCTV, and still winning the round with Team Phalanx having no idea on how to focus on that situation. And yes, of course, CCV 2v5 from Won't Stop Peaking, and still Phalanx, they did bring it up by winning all of their defensive rounds in the second half. And I've got to say, the performance from them is also a job well done, especially from Biodacity and Devastating, with the ones having the most kills.
Yeah, on defense, it was really for the both of them the second win that essentially helped them secure so many of the kills. The newfound confidence that they had was one of the major factors that pushed this match to so much more longer, because had that not happened, Team Phalanx, they would have been in the mud pretty soon. Won't Stop Peaking would have run away with the map of Clubhouse very, very quickly, and we would be like on Chalet. And again, had that not happened, had Team Phalanx not gotten that extra surge of confidence, Won't Stop Peaking as well, they wouldn't have had this fight. Sure, Team Phalanx, they did not secure the map win. However, they know, and they now are well aware of this fact, that no matter what the situation is, they can still come back from it, and they can definitely defeat Won't Stop Peaking. This best of 3 is not a one and done thing. Even if Won't Stop Peaking have map number 1, very well, Phalanx can win out on Chalet, push it to border, and perhaps even take the win on border. Because let's have a look at these performances, right? There were instances, and there were plenty of times where a little more was expected from the side of Team Phalanx. Had everyone again put in a little bit extra work, this entire scoreboard could have shown 8-6 instead of 6-8 to the side of Phalanx. But yeah, Guy with Audacity, 19 kills to 11 deaths, Devastating 16 kills, 3 opening kills as well. But then you had Hercules and Don Escobar, who just had very, very quiet days. Even in the second half, Hercules, 3 kills. I get it. Out of the 14 rounds we saw, he only has, 9 deaths, a really high survival rate. But still, a lot more was expected from everyone in such kind of a matchup where kills were being given a priority, especially from the side of WSP as well.
And Hercules, although on his defense, you could say that he was more of like playing as the support role. He usually was the one who'd initially get caught off with the opening picks being made either from Buckinator or from Mojo. So, especially once he's been removed out, it was just very easier for Won't Stop Peaking to just hold the ground, knowing that they don't have any other hard breaches that could open up certain lines of sight by either opening up the hatches or from walls. But all in all, for Team Won't Stop Peaking, as we take a look at the KD itself, 14 kills to both Ishan and Mojo, and 15 kills to Dark Lord. And as we take a look at the map vetoes itself, with map number 1 Clubhouse coming to an end, it will be 8-7. Map number 2 Chalet will be a map will be the map being picked by Team Won't Stop Peaking. So they'll be heavily focused on securing map number 2 and ensure that they would have 2 points. Or maybe we could see Team Phalanx secure map Chalet and put us to decider, which will be in border.
We can go to that decider map. Like I said, feelings. These guys, they definitely will be like, we can, we can defeat, won't stop peaking. They are not opponents who are just going to take, again, a very, very one-sided victory against us. No matter what the scoreline is, the comeback can take place. And we just saw an excellent example of that. That sadly didn't come to complete fruition towards the very end, but a great example nonetheless. Phalanx and really won't stop peaking both of these teams. All these guys need to make sure on Chalet is don't make mistakes. Like, again, Team Phalanx proved this right in their defense. As long as you play simple Rainbow-Six-Siege that is effective, that is tried and tested, that everyone knows about, you can easily take 5 rounds consecutively against your opposition who are trying everything differently, who are going for they are going for the Amaru plays and everything really that was being brought up from the side of WSP, the Maverick, the Thermite, the Ivana, or whatever they were trying. Just play simple Siege, effective, and it can all be good. You can still take the round wins. That's what they should be looking to do. As flashy, as intriguing, and awe-inspiring plays, those runouts, those spawn peaks, those Dark Rook Thunderbird combos are, it's not necessary. You don't need to spend your extra, like you don't need to spend that precious time discussing amongst your entire team. Like, okay, we'll bring the Doc, we'll bring the Rook, we'll get the Thunderbird, we'll peek from here, here, here. Again, just have simple strategies and tell to every single player just to make sure don't make those mistakes. I think that is the one lesson these guys really should learn on Chalet. I know their name is Won't Stop Peaking, and I know how Phalanx are as well. It's simple advice, and I feel like they should be smart enough to pick up on it.
Yeah, well said, CCV. Because for both the teams, Won't Stop Peaking and for Team Phalanx, they are usually making a lot of mistakes, and both of them on attack as well as on defense. The only reason why Won't Stop Peaking ended up securing their win on attack, while Team Phalanx was in the side basement Arsenal room / church, mainly because Violet was already in blue stairs, uncontested, and his location wasn't even revealed. So he was so safe in a way that he secured 2 kills and also gave the win for Team Won't Stop Peaking, which led to Phalanx facing a lot of problems at the end of round number 14. So on map Chalet, although it won't be the same as you'd expect to be in map Clubhouse, where it's heavily defender favored, Chalet has long avenues where both the attackers and the defenders always have the advantage. All it requires is just perfect timing and making sure that the chokehold handles the defenders are holding on to has a firm control and good grip, making sure that they would waste a lot of time for the attackers. So when it comes to site, expect first floor, gaming room and bar, first floor kitchen site, second floor master bedroom. And if you see any of and if you see both the teams pick the site on basement snowmobile garage, I am pretty sure that the attackers would win the site no matter what the consequences are. I'm just saying it right here itself, because on map Chalet, the highest win rate on one of those defensive side is none other than bar and gaming room, especially you have
Mm-hmm.
firm control towards mezzanine hallway. When it comes to a site like basement snowmobile slash garage, if the attackers just open up the wall towards vine cellar door, that is more than enough to engage such a long narrow angle in which you can focus on both the connector door as well as the wine door, which would force the entire rotation on the side of defense vulnerable and easier for the attackers to just remove players off one by one. So the way how crossfire angles work, especially on a map like Chalet, basement mobile garage is a very difficult task. But once we saw the same side being picked from Hunters LFO, the way how they played it is that they've heavily included a lot of roam games being played from Sandy. You saw the bandit, you even
Right.
saw the C4. Once you saw the C4 kills being made, he heavily relied on sound cues, mainly because one of the vertical on the side was already been opened up. So he tried to use those as a sound cue. He secured the kill with the C4, and not only was he still present, or not only was he present at the way towards basement side, he went all the way from blue stairs securing a kill. So technically he was roaming all the way, like up and down from blue stairs and also from the fireplace stairs. He was just changing in a way that it was very difficult for the attackers to understand exactly where Sandy's positioning was, and they ended up winning it mainly because of the roam potential that Hunters had. So having
Yeah.
that level of coordination is very difficult to be made from both Won't Stop Peaking and also on the side of Team Phalanx. But I will be surprised if they do decide to make those kinds of compositions being made.
I mean, they absolutely can go for it. Usually these kind of tactics of roamers confusing the opposition take place on maps which are complex by nature. I always give Skyscraper as an example because, yeah, Skyscraper is one of those maps indeed, where with so many walls being there, with so many, intriguing and different dynamic rooms and all, it gets a lot difficult. However, no point talking about that map. Right now, it's time for map number 2. Right now, it's time for Chalet to be on board Team Phalanx this time yet again. Starting out an attack. This time it's going to be a lot more easier for them, however. Get hopefully a couple more rounds on board now that they know they can defeat Won't Stop Peaking, now that they're well aware Won't Stop Peaking can indeed bleed out. As for WSP, these guys still same thing, look to instill that fear that was definitely there in their opposition for the first half of Clubhouse. Start the same thing, start the same procedure on Chalet. And talking about the operator bans that have happened so far, yet again, Won't Stop Peaking our own defense. They're like, we don't want Thatcher. He's going to be a nuisance for us. Please and thank you. Ban him. That's gone. Okay, Thatcher out, Cade eliminated, and the other attacking operator ban Team Phalanx have gone for. Earlier it was Montaigne, this time it's Knock.
Yeah, on a map like Chalet, Nook is very powerful, especially once the attackers gain control of Mobile Garage, right? So for mezzanine control, although they'll be heavily focused on library, sometimes the fireplace hall stairs will be a bit vulnerable for the defenders. And since no one will be watching that particular place and having Nook in control, because there is one default cam that's been presented to us from there, once they realize that the default cam has been destroyed, they will at least have two options. One, still try to contest the angle from mezzanine and make sure that there will be one player holding out the fireplace hall stairs, or second, fall back and rotate in a safe place. Both of the options will be present for Won't Stop Peaking to hold their ground, or you can just ban it immediately, not being able to worry about knock. And once they realize the default can has been destroyed, they'll have good information, they'll fall back easily, they don't have to worry about anything at all. So round number 1, bar and gaming room will be the site for Team Won't Stop Peaking to defend. And for Phalanx, interesting amount of operators being picked out. You still have the Twitch, you even have the Sledge, and Flores from the side of Hercules. So that deployable shield, which will be there all the way from Blue Stairs hallway, will be removed out, even with the presence of the ADSs and also the Vermeis magnets, in which you'll only have one. You'll only have ADSs present from the Jaegers itself. So that will be negated from the explosive drone. So let's see how Phalanx will start things off on map number 2, Chalet.
Alright, yeah. Let's see the side of Team Phalanx how exactly, things will be going for them. And already off to a really solid start. Oryx gone, Rumor out of the equation. Yeah, Cobra's still there, but alleviates so much more of the pressure from the attacker's shoulders, right? They're like, ooh, okay. Without any trades, without any major problems, that's one of the defenders gone. But again, as soon as I see that, Cobra's like, no, I'll still hold similar angles. I'll still make sure things are very difficult for the attacker. So yeah, he gets revenge the revenge of Dark Lord. He eliminates the person who killed him, and he's looking for more. Devastating, got completely off guard, did not anticipate the alibi coming down the stairs at all. He was watching indeed for the drop down, but it was his body that's dropped down, buried 6 feet under. And Mojo, really, feel like a bit unnecessary. But yeah, for Team Phalanx, still looking for that map control on second floor. Now WSP will finally fall back to, near the bomb site.
All right. Interesting way for Cobra to just remove all 3 barricades, while he could have just dropped down from the kitchen hatch and just safely go all the way from fireplace stairs. But yeah, all in all, once again, we will see Won't Stop Peeking making some slight adjustments towards the side. Foothold being made from Ishan. So he will slowly make his way all the way from blue stairs, with the protection being made from those deployable shields. Man count's been equalized thanks to Dawn, who will secure most of the important kills. But since they're losing a lot of time, they have to pick up the pace. Still into a second floor office, explosive drones will be used to destroy the important deployable shield, which will force Buckinator all the way downstairs, connecting towards the basement snowmobile hallway. Now, all they've got to do is just wait and, just expect Team Phalanx to either drop down from the hatch or just arrive right at their crosshairs, in which it should happen right about now. Yep, there you go. Drop down will be made. So does the information being given from the alibis prismas, giving one of the players positioning, and that will be Lefty. So once the hatch drop has been made, I'm pretty sure that the denial will be made too, either from Violet, which he still has 3 smoke gas canisters. It will be used nonetheless. And now, since the pressure is on for Team Phalanx to push in towards the side and Won't Stop Peeking, currently playing for time, how can Phalanx proceed with the push? Both Hercules and Lefty has already been dropped down. Violet secures a headshot with the SMG-11. Denial will be made nonetheless, and Hercules unfortunately had to drop down. Okay, Hercules. It's a bit difficult, but he will still get the kill nonetheless. Very, very... I'm not quite sure what exactly happened from Phalanx. They took way too much time. They went in for the defuse, and then when I looked at the time, Lefty, he did die, which forced Hercules to go in for the defuse plant, in which he almost secured post plant, and then he accidentally left off with the defuse, in which he had to type in the digits once again. So yeah, for Won't Stop Peeking, it's not much of a problem for them to deal with, especially both of the smoke gas canisters were used from the hatch. The third one could have been used for the denial of the plant, but all in all, they will still secure the win nonetheless.
Yeah, they will. And yet again, it's kind of like the same as the entirety of Clubhouse. No matter how the matchup went, a round win is a round win, a map win is a map win. That's all Won't Stop Peeking care for. That it's their round counter that's, been increased by a number, not Team Phalanx. No matter, again, all the kills that happened, all the rumors that were gone, and the way Phalanx were looking to launch that execution, all irrelevant from this point forward. Now we move on, and we go to second floor office and bedroom. Yet again, another strong side. Won't Stop Peeking. Want to get the better sides early on, and then I believe they will have to make the choice between a kitchen, dining, and basement snowmobile garage. Where exactly these defenders opt for. But so far, things have been looking good on their side, as long as they can get the opening kill. And actually, whichever team gets the opening kill, because of the fact that this entire matchup has heavily been reliant on frags. I know I've said this multiple times, but again, that's just how it is. That's how these players are playing. They're focusing a lot more on the kills, and yet again, Cobra wants to go for that. Spots Hercules, stacks him significantly, and Oh my. Oh no.
No, no. Oh no.
Well, that's going to be a revival procedure, taking a lot of time. No, indeed,
Or not.
Dark Lord just secures the kill. Okay, wait. From oh, I think it was from basement garage. He just pushed up and got that frag.
Yeah, the oh man, that's not a good way to go out like that, Hercules. It's definitely gonna hurt him a lot. But all in all, Team Phalanx, they have to make do without his teammate, which means that they can still use some explosive utilities like the frag grenade from Dawn that could remove one of the important defenders, but they don't have a lot of information and they're losing a lot of time, then they are definitely right into the trap of Won't Stop Peeking's maneuvers. Their strategy is heavily relied on wasting time and in securing the early kill. So breach will be done alongside the Vulcan shield being popped up from the second floor site itself, which means that any aggressive push will be denied immediately. But now, since the piano push will be made as well, Mojo will be very attentive and cautious. But no, he decides to go aggressive. And because of that, he's going to pay his price. Devastating. He'll get the early frag. Actually, not the early frag. He will get the headshot, securing an equalizer to a 4v4. But now, time is of the essence, and they only have 40 seconds left to proceed with the push.
Yeah, once more. To the side of Team Phalanx, they are holding on. They made it to piano. They can push forward while it was Sachi not being careful inside of the flames right now. His teammate's already gone, but he wants the double. He finds one. Cobra takes another down, and yet again the diffuser is left without anyone to pick it up. Guy with audacity has got to push down the hallway looking for a kill. He's got nowhere to look, nowhere to know where he's gonna go, and it's Won't Stop Peeking once more to secure yet another round. Team Phalanx, they are just getting way too shabby towards their late game. It's getting very hectic, very chaotic, and it's costing the attackers. This is Clubhouse all over again. No matter how good their early rounds are, no matter what the man advantage is, 3 versus 2, 4 versus 2, still ends up going the way of the team in orange. And yeah, yet again, questions have to be asked. Is this going to be another 5-1? This is the one bomb side where things can change. Maybe, just maybe, Team Phalanx, they can get a really strong defensive win here. But considering Won't Stop Peeking will be going for the vertical extension like every single team does, it's not going to come easy to the attackers.
It won't be easier for Team Phalanx, especially on a site like First Floor Kitchen, because we've seen how Phalanx would proceed with the push, right? They always gain control on the library, then they head in towards, Fireplace Hall, only to realize that there are some certain gadgets which needs to be removed, which means that they have to go all the way upstairs, secure second floor office, establish vertical lines of sight, and remove the mute jammers. But turns out it won't be an easier task for them, mainly because there will be some roamers holding down those important lines of sight. So for Phalanx, since time is very important for the attackers to secure post plant and force the defenders to be at a very bad situation, they've got to make sure to get control on second floor as fast as possible. Maybe getting control in the early rounds should be the best method for Team Phalanx to at least have the upper hand when it comes to securing a site on first floor kitchen. Maybe pushing in towards trophy room could be a good idea, but since you'll be more likely be engaged in close quarters combat, and especially for the attackers, it will be a bit difficult and much more easier for the defenders, knowing that you'll be having some certain operators with shotguns. Like, say, for an example, from Violet, you might have the M5 shotgun, and also you still have the TCSG from Dark Lord, which excels very well at close range. So for Phalanx, establishing long lines of sight and securing post plant should be their main focus, and removing the players off from second floor should also be their main goal. But let's see how Phalanx will proceed with the push. Maybe they'll take it nice and slow, using the Nomad's air jabs to block all lines of sight and an entryway. But turns out Ishan just said, nope, not gonna happen. We want to roam, and exactly he will do so by just removing Devastating.
Devastating gone. That's permanent roam setup. Okay, sure. Claymores are still present for Hercules and for Lefty. They will make it a lot more difficult for these defenders to, move around. But yeah, the air jabs are a whole lot more worse. So This time as well, for the attackers, how do you proceed forward? If they are looking to throw their frag grenades, the defenders can launch their C4s as well. Gotta be careful about it. There's plenty and abundance of C4s if you really consider it. The mute jammers are indeed going to be destroyed, but once more, it is costing Team Phalanx a lot of their time. 50 seconds, 4 versus 5. Pressure definitely on the attackers. The defenders holding their ground. Dark Lord isn't even moving forward towards piano or anything. The anchors in the bomb side, they'll be looking to take the gunfights, and this time it cost them. Buckinator is gone. Violet Versace also departs, and okay, Team Phalanx are looking better, and this can improve. Indeed, it can, because the way they're progressing forward, the defenders really have no idea which angle to hold. You have got Cobra from up top. He can get a kill. He indeed does secure that. The person planting the diffuser eliminated, and Dark Lord from deep within Trophy Room secures the final kill. And once more, it's the late round that has costed Team Phalanx the round.
Yeah, but it always has to be the late rounds. Although for Phalanx, that really was a good effort, especially from the Sophia, going all the way from the blue stairs, that it did secure a kill. If he had that proper information towards Trophy Room by removing out the Goyo, this could have helped Phalanx secure their first round win on attack. It turns out the challenges that had been made from Team Won't Stop Peaking, especially with them having control of that vertical lines of sight, high ground is very important in any FPS games. And just like that, we'll get to see that with the example being made from Cobra. He currently has 5 kills in total. He has yet to receive a single death. It's round number 4. They're back with first floor bar and gaming room, the same site where Won't Stop Peaking. They went aggressive in the early to mid rounds, but then they slowly start to tone down the aggressiveness and try to be passive. Just wait for Team Phalanx to make their move, and they evidently did so by just using those smoke gas canisters, which Violet had in round number 1. So same strategies will be implied from Team Won't Stop Peaking. And for Phalanx, they could use this to their advantage by changing some of their strategies, maybe bring in a different operators, and quite interesting to see what Devastating would do with the IQ scans. Maybe he could find the alibis Prismas, but mainly it's just there to just counter Valkyrie scams. But yeah, with IQ gone, I'm pretty sure the Val cams will still be up and running for Won't Stop Peaking.
The Valcams are going to be, I think, a permanent installation to this entire chalet for this round at the very least. And then, of course, everything gets reset. But for the time being, bigger problems are present for Team Phalanx rather than just some cameras lodged up into the building, into the architecture. It's the people within this household that are really causing an issue, and really it's the defenders that Team Phalanx have had such a difficult time getting rid of. Once more, same problem for them. Once more, all they need to do, clear out the roamers, then focus on the anchors. But it's that second part that really gets to the side of Team Phalanx. They haven't they haven't been successful so far. So keeping that in mind, can they get that one round on their attacking half? Can they even perhaps push it to 4-2? Seems highly unlikely. Let's have a look at this round. The attackers very close by to the bomb side. Mojo gets another kill, and yeah, the attackers are just feeding into the defenders one by one. Everyone's gone towards bar. It's all down to Lefty. Secures 1 kill. Position known. Everyone in the server now knows where this ace is, and Cobra is quick with the elimination. 4-0 to the side of Won't Stop Peaking now. Yet again, it's the same as Clubhouse, and Team Phalanx are just not able to get that traction early on.
Yeah, difficult situation for Team Phalanx. These past 2 rounds has always been a no-you moment from Won't Stop Peaking, especially in the previous round. They bring in the Valkyrie, they decide, what? Let's bring in the IQ and make sure to remove those Valkyrie camps. And then Ishan just says, you know what? How about I remove you early in the round so that you won't remove our Valkyrie camps? And this has been happened twice. right? On round number 3 and round number 4. The way how Won't Stop Peeking just counters them with just a single use of spawn peek is more than enough for Team Won't Stop Peeking to secure a huge round win. On round number 4, every single player had been removed on first floor site. They even tried to go in for an aggressive attempt. Team Phalanx weren't successful. And now I'm even much more afraid for Don Escobar because he's bringing in the IQ again. This time on the bright side, they don't have a Valkyrie, but they have the Caveira. So, oh boy, Team Phalanx, I hope you're ready for this because it's been a while since we've seen a Cav in the South Asian Nationals, especially in 2022. So, oh boy, if that interrogation happened, then oh boy, will it be a huge problem for Team Phalanx.
Can be a huge problem, but then again, Won't Stop Peeking once again, taking these risks when it's really unwarranted. I feel like we had this conversation, and I feel like everyone saw this on the map of Clubhouse when ultimately, yeah, it went down to overtime. They have a 4-round lead right now. I get it, Dark Lord wants to be, that lurker that again no one expects. That's how Caveira is. Can backfire, however. Mojo getting a little too greedy for kills. Cobra from below as well misses his shots, and this should be the cue for Won't Stop Peeking to be like, okay. It's the regroup. We had some opportunities for some kills. Mojo got the opener. Devastating is gone. But still a lot more work to do. Still need to make sure we don't lose out on the gunfights. And Buckinator does anything but that. Secure 2 kills. Yes, his teammates are going down, but he's done more than enough and still looking to do a lot more damage in this entire round. And you've got Dark Lord in the mix. You can just be that extra flame that is needed for WSP.
Yeah, with Lefty being the only operator left for Team Phalanx, he needs to secure this 1v3. Dark Lord, Loizon, don't do it, no. Don't isolate this 1v1 gunfight, but the trade will be made nonetheless from Violet. SMG 11, and turns out there is a timeout being... a timeout has been requested from Team Phalanx. So, talk about Cav's kit, right? Back when Cav was introduced alongside with Capitao, she used to be a menace with the Luizon. I still remember that a headshot would instantly down any attackers, and that weapon didn't had a damage drop-off. So you could literally snipe people with the Luizon, knowing that it had 99 damage. Can you imagine that, CCV? The weapon had 99 damage when Cav was introduced. But now it's been nerfed significantly in a way. Now the gun deals around 65 damage. The suppression, I mean, it's the headshot is still, one shot, one down potential, but you need to be very precise in order to secure an interrogation. So when it comes to the kit from Cav, the M13, which is one of the most lowest fire rate weapon we've ever seen. It's even much more, lowest than the UMP, to be honest. Both the Castle and Pulse has that specific weapon, and still many people would just choose bringing in the Castle and Pulse more than just the Cav. So you could say the Cav has been significantly nerfed from the Luizon pistol, all the way from 99 damage in close quarter combat range to 65, reducing the chances of one-shot potential. They've even included damage drop-off from the weapon, but it can still have a one-shot headshot potential, at least in mid-range. That's all you could say at this point. But if you take a look at the scoreboard itself, Team Phalanx have requested a timeout, and for Won't Stop Peeking, they're actually thinking of what kind of newest operators that they could play. Maybe Grim would be included on attack. I'm actually hoping for Grim because we haven't seen Grim in the South Asian Nationals. So, maybe we might be able to see the newest operator in this series. But for now, for Phalanx, they are yet to secure a round in Chalet. What will be the response in the last round of the first half?
If Won't Stop Peeking can pull off a 6-0, then it goes. It's pretty obvious what I'm about to say next. Things are going to get extremely difficult for Phalanx. We've already seen these guys, close out from a 6-1, win out 5 rounds consecutively. But I don't know. I have this feeling on Chalet, Won't Stop Peeking will not be making the same mistakes this time as well. Final round of the first half. Mute, Mozzie, and they've got the roam game. Denial of information will be present. Again, these guys are not, pulling off any shenanigans. They just want Chalet to get over with as soon as possible. They know how difficult overtime is. They've already faced that instance of, being really close to losing out a short one out map. We already saw that on Clubhouse, so I don't think WSP will really be like, okay, let's try and do this again, let's try and something different. Went for the Cav, okay, wasn't really necessary. Still, that's all well and good. On attack is where we really need to see how exactly, Won't Stop Picking ensure the map win. Because even if they lose this round, they'll still have that 4-round advantage. They'll still be a single round away from getting match point 2 away from sheer victory. So keeping that in mind, it's very evident, and it's very important that WSP play as safe as possible. And yeah, this is a great example of that. On towards Team Phalanx, get a grip on, start moving forward, start going for the kills. And as soon as I mention that indeed does happen, Dark Lord is gone. Buckinate is still hungry for a frag, doesn't spot any player. So does he go for a run out? No, Mojo surely does, and it costs him his life. So yeah, when I said Won't Stop Peeking are going to be very safe, scratch that, because no.
I mean, this could end up yet another 1v5. 1-5 in the first half for Team Phalanx, securing the round on attack itself. But on the bright side, Phalanx will secure 2 of their important kills by removing both Dark Lord and Mojo. So 5 and 4 kills, with both of them being removed out. It always relies heavily to Cobra to make sure that the plays would not happen from their end. The kitchen side is the side where Won't Stop Peeking will make their final defense. And since the wall's been breached at 1 minute and 30 seconds, this is good news for Team Phalanx, because now they can make sure to force out the defenders to hold all the way from the trophy side, but you still have a pre-play C4. So if one of the attackers do make a decision to push in all the way towards office, one click of a button from Violet and he will secure the most important kills if they make their push towards second floor. But turns out Phalanx, they don't want to do it. They'll just open up the doors and be like, you know what, since we've done our job, we'll just focus on opening up first floor kitchen and proceed with post plant. And since they don't have any denial operators like the smoke gas canisters, pre-play C4's already been used. I'm pretty sure that C4 will be removed out by the time they proceed with this post plant.
Yeah, that C4 should really be looking to get eliminated, sorry, not eliminated, but like destroyed as soon as possible. But yeah, overall for the side of Team Phalanx, still right, the remaining defenders are something to keep in mind, because again, amidst this time pressure, we know how things can go. Buckinator secures one, Cobra swinging wide. Look at this, he holds the angle, he waits, he knows where the Nomad is. Again, it's a game of cat and mouse. Violet Versace goes directly into the crosshair of the attackers, and now it's all down to the alibi. Time pressure. Oh, it's going to be one kill for Cobra, but Hercules was really well aware to, check for the angle, watch for the verticality. And indeed, just like Clubhouse, it's going to be the same score all over again. Question is it going to be the same result? Are we going down that rabbit hole of yet another overtime and yet another comeback possibility from the side of Team Phalanx? Because Won't Stop Peeking, they've been here before. Team Phalanx, they've been here before, and we have all been here before as well. We have seen how this ends. This time, anything can happen. If Won't Stop Peeking won, this can very well be a 7-1. If Team Phalanx won, this can be a 7-5 favoring them.
Yep, second half is in. So is the scoreline of 1-5. Still favoring for Team Won't Stop Peeking. The only difference is that they're in attack in second half. And I'm pretty sure that this could happen the same thing like we did expect on map Clubhouse. But let's not count it out just yet. Won't Stop Peeking. It heavily relies on how well that they could perform on round number 7. If they secure this round, then that means they will secure match point. And if they don't, then Team Phalanx still has a chance to bring this back. Higher chances of OT where they could get themselves a second chance. But But now with the action phase coming into play, we'll see Devastating all the way from Solarium stairs, making some fine adjustments to open up lines of sight all the way towards the trophy window. That's exactly where Cobra is present. So is Guy with Audacity, who is maybe in towards first floor kitchen or maybe in towards the basement side. I'm not quite sure, but turns out Don Escobar will be dealt major damage. So currently he's in towards first floor kitchen, trying to contest the angles all the way right outside the windows of trophy, in which Mojo might be able to secure a kill if he gets the information. Cobra will be able to give those vital information on Don's whereabouts. So both Mojo and the Zofia are currently holding down the angle from trophy window. But the problem is they haven't secured a kill just yet, mainly because they're afraid of that vertical lance of sight connected towards the Solarium stairs itself. So with the action phase coming in play, you even get to see the information being relayed, but there's a lot of drones that have been destroyed, and Team Phalanx destroying a lot of attack drones really forces Team One Stop Peaking having less amount of information, and that is definitely not good, especially in the early rounds, knowing that it's very crucial to secure having those information. And Lefty finds out yet another attack drone. Will he be able to remove one of those important information gathering gadget? I believe so, he will. For One Stop Peaking, they only have 6 drones left, but as we proceed to the mid phase, we will see Won't Stop Peaking slowly making their push into Solarium. Ishan might be able to get a kill off from the smoke, and he will. He will give away his positioning, but securing his first frag, not getting it to trade out. Won't Stop Peaking are up to a great start.
Yeah. Won't Stop Peaking are looking good, damaging the defenders. And once more, it's building upon the side of Team Phalanx. They want to go and contest these angles. Problem is they still risk their lives every single time they do it, so they've got to be extremely cautious and careful with that. But at the same time, by constantly just jiggle peeking and being a nuisance for these attackers, they are wasting the time. Eventually Won't Stop Peaking are like, okay, enough is enough, we got to make a move on. And that's exactly what happens in the aftermath of things. After everyone has died forward, Guy with Audacity is left on very low HP. He's backed off towards piano room. Hercules is there for the assistance, but are these two defenders enough? Is Hercules now all by himself enough? Caught out by Mojo, holding the angle towards the dining hallway, and that is match point for WSP. Really solid attack. They took their time, sure they did. At times it got dicey, and questions started to arise whether or not they'll be able to land a successful execution. But when push comes to shove, that's when these guys shine the brightest.
Yes, indeed. Team Won't Stop Peaking. They will secure match point 6-1. And now talk about round number 8 for Team Phalanx. They have a long way to go.
Attackers need to locate
and I'm pretty sure the Team Phalanx will give their level best to hold their ground as best as possible, and Won't Stop Peaking, they're currently on a roll. Although they did took a lot of time into pushing towards the side, a lot of drone works were made. Some of the drones were still alive, especially from Solarium, where Ishan got the opening pick. And yeah, for Smoke, he should have been very careful from the window side, because usually you'd expect an attacker holding that very important angle, knowing that it's a very impactful place for Team Phalanx to go in for quick rotate. So making a rotate, especially in the action phase, is never a good idea, and that will let Won't Stop Peaking have the initial frag nonetheless. Lefty, on the other hand, will bring in the Frost. Good placements being made from the Frost mat traps. One, I believe, will be in the window side of library, and the second and third will be nearby towards the side. But you still need to worry about the man count itself, in which Won't Stop Peaking have firm grip and control in round number 7. So this could happen in round number 8 if they lose one of their important players. So it's heavily relied on Guy with Audacity making his early pick. So if he decides to go in for a run out or a spawn peek, this could help Team Phalanx securing a win. But once his information's been given from the attack drones, I'm pretty sure that Won't Stop Peaking knows exactly what's happening. They're going to play it passively. They know that there won't be any runouts. So WSP, they will heavily focus on the site and just mainly ensure on removing those important chokehold angles that Team Phalanx has made on towards library. Start things off, we will see Cobra removing Guy with Audacity, as Guy with Audacity will be removed out.
So now for the attackers, okay, one part of the puzzle is solved. You've cleared out, that roamer, the person who is looking to just, be all over the map, and again, be that nuisance for the attackers, as I like to call it. He is gone. Next step, further map control. Won't stop peeking. What exactly are they looking to do? That they want library control. They want mezzanine to be under the reign of the attackers. But again, that's a lot more easier said than done. On first floor as well, won't stop peeking are showing their presence, but one kill sadly isn't enough. This defense is looking very good. With the amount of mute jammers and Jaeger ADS is still present, there is a lot of work for these guys to do, unless they can fast track the process and get a couple of kills, which has happened plenty of times. Yet again, Hercules is caught out, he's tagged, and the air jab also hits him. Can he? Yep, he's down. They have found him, they've killed him. And this is exactly what I meant by they can fast track the process. They can kill the defenders. Don Escobar also gone. Devastating. Now found out he's the only person on second floor. He is eliminated. And now the entirety of Team Phalanx in this entire South Asian Nationals. The final matchup. Can it be extended? It's all down to Lefty. The Frost, position known. Angle looking to be peaked. He isolates one gunfight. Okay, that's an attacker eliminated. Diffuser has been picked up. Lefty still holds. Lefty still watches, and that's going to be a headshot. Won't stop peaking in Phalanx, ladies and gentlemen. A great performance from all 10 of these players towards the very end. Concludes a great journey both of these teams had.
Yeah, an amazing performance being made from both Team Phalanx and Won't Stop Peaking in the SA Nationals as we conclude our final match in the group stages. 7-1 on map Chalet, 8-6 on map Clubhouse in the first map, and all in all, a really great journey that's been made from all the 8 teams. But since when it comes to the playoffs, they only have 4 spots, and we all know who those 4 teams are: Hunters LFO, Shaheens, KIRA Esports, and of course, last but not least, Team MercenarieZ will be our top 4 teams who will be qualified for the playoffs. And I really cannot wait to see what's going to happen. But talk about the teams as of now. We still have Won't Stop Peaking and Team Phalanx, who just showed that impressive performance. But in the end, we won't be able to see any changes being made in the standings itself. So it will be the same as we did get to see previously. So 7-1, 7-2. Let's take a look at the final highlights for the group stages itself on map Chalet. It was 7-1. It was a really great performance being showed around from Cobra and also from Buckinators. And from Phalanx, we still had Guy with Audacity still trying to, give some hopes and dreams to ensure a lot of wins on attack as well as on defense. But turns out it didn't really work out in their favor.
Yeah, they gave it their all. Sadly, it just wasn't it this time as well. Won't stop peaking, committing a lot fewer mistakes, making sure their gameplay was better. Phalanx, no matter what was being put forward from their end, it still ultimately fell to the same result. It still ultimately led to WSP having that advantage, getting round after round after round. And by the time it got to the 5-1 and the 6-1 and all that, it again, like I had said, unlike Clubhouse, this time WSP were not messing around a lot. This time they were keeping things consistent. Yes, the Kavera was there. Still, that's only a single round. Other than that, the communication on Won't Stop Peaking's end felt a lot better. Like, again, all of us watching as casters, as viewers, again, as enjoyers of the match, we cannot hear the comms. That is for certain. But we can still see when it's when it is present and when it is not. Kind of like, again, I've been studying a lot of business management and all that, and kind of like management. When it is there, you don't notice it, but when it's not there, it's really, really evident. In Clubhouse, communication wasn't there on the side of WSP, and that was quite evident. Players were not checking the correct angles. They were just disconnected with each other. The pushes were also happening not in tune, and ultimately, of course, that led to these guys going to overtime. Yes, Won't Stop Peaking secured the win, but it could have been a lot more easier. Chalet was the easier part. Chalet, simple, you cook up exactly what you want to do, you serve it, and Team Phalanx have no choice but to fall prey to the plan of Won't Stop Peaking.
Yeah, all in all, in the end, I just have to say, won't stop peaking. They really went on a very aggressive, on a very aggressive attempt on defense. They did ended up securing their first initial frags, and then instead of challenging and going in for yet another, runouts, they just decide to get the initial frag and then just fall back safely and wait for Team Phalanx to make their push. That's exactly what they did for the rest of the 6 rounds, and then on round number 7, once they were on attack, they just went in safe and sound information from attack drones, and then they executed with the site, knowing exactly what to do, and won't stop peaking. They executed it flawlessly on attack itself. There's nothing much more to it, right? For Phalanx, it was an amazing journey that they've had all the way from group stages, but at the end of the match they will end things off 8-6 on Clubhouse, 7-1 on map Chalet. As we take a look at the match summary itself, 9 kills to Cobra, 8 kills to Buckinator. You could see every single kills that you've seen from all 5 players who won't stop peaking. You could say that they have their balanced performance. Every single players had their purpose, and they've made sure that they would execute it flawlessly. Phalanx, on the other hand, despite having a lot of bumps and bruises along the way, they still managed to secure good amount of wins. They still managed to try to put themselves in the major advantage, but when it comes to pressure that's been made from Won't Stop Peaking, it was too much for them to handle, and they did ended up losing the match nonetheless. All in all, I've got to say that the amount of matches that we've seen from both Phalanx and Team Won't Stop Peaking have been an amazing journey, but all in all, it comes to an end, and sadly we won't be able to see them in the playoffs.
Indeed, quite sad we won't be able to see these guys in the playoffs. Both of these teams, well within their own rights, they have been improving and improving, and the moments of brilliance, the potential is certainly there. For Team Phalanx, I think they have been the poster boys of the 2022 competitive SAR6 year, in the sense that, of course, they're not the best team in the region, but they're a team that started, that formed when this new year and the new year plan was rolled around, with the community cups, with our pro series, and of course with the nationals that are going on right now. Team Phalanx had formed back then. We have seen Team Phalanx grow from the ground up, play in the community cups, perform against MRCZ. I think their first map ever was against MRCZ on Chalet. Maybe wrong on that, but I think the first broadcasted match at least. But yeah, we have seen sorry, we've seen Phalanx grow from there, and now they're here in the nationals. Arguably, they didn't have the performance these guys desired. We had heard from these guys in the interview as well. They were really looking for that top 4 finish to be in the playoffs, that they had imagined themselves to be replacing either KIRA or MRCZ, then secure a spot in the playoffs. That won't be it. Same for Won't Stop Peaking. These guys are also very confident in at least getting like second or third position. In the interviews we had with, like all these guys, they were like, at the very least, we'll make it to that top 4. Sadly, it's just not going to be it. However, their performances are still very, very good. And yeah, speaking of performances as well, right? We've talked about all the players generally. Now it's time to shine the spotlight on the best performer in the entire matchup. And it is going to be Mojo, someone who was over the server entirely. Someone who was, running all over the map and helping his teammates, but most importantly, getting those kills time and time again. Because again, look at that kills per round, almost at a constant 1. So he was consistent with those frags, as lethal as he was with the kills.
Yeah, with a rating of 131, 21 kills and a 77% cost, he is the one that had been dealing major damage towards Team Phalanx. Won't Stop Peaking, an amazing performance that we've seen, 7-1 on map Chalet itself, and also we'll get to see the team stats itself. Usually when it comes to the opening pick, it's always Ishan who's been dealing major damage, but when it comes to making those important plays, it always had to be Mojo, playing as the Iana and the Valkyrie on defense. He's been dealing major damage on both the maps Clubhouse and Chalet. But also you still had Cobra, Violet, and Dark Lord, who's also been dealing their major share of kills too. 22 kills to both Buckinator and Dark Lord. Mojo with 21 kills. And if you take a look at the kill per rounds ratio, all three of them had 1.0, 1.0, except for Mojo having 0.95. So when it comes to the KD ratios, when it comes to the executes that they made both on defense as well as on attack, you could say that all five team had a balanced stats whatsoever, right? Every single teams that you've seen, every single player are in double digits, including Buccaneer and Dark Lord, who has already secured 22 and 21 kills. But all in all, the stats that you see from Team Won't Stop Peaking, especially in their final match, has been an impressive performance that we've seen from Won't Stop Peaking. So we'll take a one final look at our map vetoes itself. We had our three maps. First map, Clubhouse, is 8-6 at the hands of Team Won't Stop Peaking. 7-1 map Chalet, which means that we won't be able to see map number 3, Border. And also Cafe Dostoevsky, I'm pretty sure that we haven't seen it. But as Jack told me that, as Jack told me, we actually had a Cafe Dostoevsky match when we had an offline match between Shaheens versus Mercenaries. Unfortunately, it wasn't
No
broadcasted at that
way.
moment. Yes, CCV. Yes, Jack literally told me in the previous matchup saying that we actually had a cafe map being brought out between Shaheens and MRCZ, but unfortunately we couldn't get to cast at that moment, mainly because the stream, the match went offline due to some emergency situations that had happened from the side of Team Mercenaries. So accordingly, when it comes to map picks, we've seen every single match being picked. The least map was Cafe and Bank, nonetheless, both of them having one. But there was a lot of picks being made on Oregon, but it was always on the decider map nonetheless. So we didn't get to see Oregon being, watched most of the time. It was usually Chalet and Theme Park, which had been played the most
Yeah.
in this whole season of the South Asia region for the Nationals. So let's take a look at the group standing once again and finalize our scores. And there you have it. Hunters on the top of the leaderboards, undefeated, 2-0-2-0 in every 7 matchups. They've secured 14 points. Shaheens will be having their second place by having 12 points, only losing one matchup, and that was against Team Hunters LFO. KIRA will be on third place, 10 points, winning 4 matches. And MercenarieZ will be also having the same scores as well, 9 points. Won't Stop Peaking, Team UWU,
Yeah.
Phalanx, and Militant Esports will have 8, 4, 4, and 2 points respectively. Although we won't be able to see them in the playoffs, but at least they'll go home knowing that they'll have at least some consolation prize in the prize pool itself. Maybe, $150 for 7th and 8th place, and I believe 5th and 6th place will receive $250, I believe.
Yes. So yeah, the side of Phalanx and Militant, these guys will be going home with 150. Won't Stop Peaking Team UWU, they'll be going home with $250. But maybe one of their players is the most valuable player of the entire tournament, and that player individually can go home with $500 to his name. If that happens, that's going to be very, very interesting. But so far, ladies and gentlemen, our final standings are in. So I can inform to all of you watching the playoff matches that we shall be having and how exactly the playoffs will be starting. Double elimination, we shall be starting off with 2 best of 3s. The first 3 is going to be Hunters LFO up against MercenarieZ. Matchup number 2, Shaheens up against KIRA. And from that point forward, the winners of that matchup, first we'll have the losers of that matchup in an eliminator match, and the loser of semi-final 1 and semi-final 2, eliminator match, the loser of that matchup, sadly they'll be eliminated, they'll be getting 4th place. The winners of that, they'll be going into the lower finals, where they'll be facing off against the winners of the upper bracket finals. Lower bracket finals will take place, and of course we will be having the grand finals, best of 5. And as for the playoffs, I don't know much to say. No major leaks coming from my side. I can't really give any leaks. No, my mouth is closed. But keeping that in mind, it is indeed going to be starting very, very soon. There is a small break for these teams actually in the middle. For again, considering the playoffs, these guys are playing for a large prize pool. They need to prepare accordingly. Today is the 31st of October. Again, the end of October is right here. Tomorrow onwards, November starts, and the playoffs shall be starting from the 5th of November. So, like 5th, 6th, 7th, and on the 8th, we'll be having the grand finals, which gives these guys 4 days worth of rest to, go over their matches, go over their wards, refine their gameplay overall. So, one thing is for sure, Baba. Once we see these 4 teams in the semifinals, once we start with the playoffs of the nationals, we'll be seeing the best out of all 4 of these rosters, out of all the players that are in. But overall, yeah, I am really excited for what is remaining of this competitive year.
Yes, absolutely, CCV. I seriously cannot wait to see what the playoffs has in stores for the Nationals. It will start off at 5th November, folks, so just make sure to mark your calendars. 5th November will start off our playoffs for South Asian Nationals. But for today, we just have to end the stream here. Check out our socials for the Esports Club. Everything, a link is in description below. Make sure to follow us on Instagram and also on Twitter. And also make sure to follow our Twitter handle at the rate R6 Esports SA to get good amount of information on the matchups that's been happening around from the South Asian Nationals. Yes, and also the interview as well. Make sure to check out the game Rainbow-Six-Siege. Link is also on the description as well. And if you want to get yourself a good graphic card, Zotac Gaming is also there with some good offers. And also, last but not the least, we also have our broadcast partner Loco to make sure to check out the wards, which would be helpful for both the teams as well as the audience if you want to rewatch those moments. But for now, folks, we will take an end for the group stage itself. This will be me, Baba Gusta. Alongside with me, I have the real CCV as my co-caster, Assassin47 as our broadcaster, and also from our admin's end. We wish you all good night, and we'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care.
Back out fresh on the scene, 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 back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team, 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 back out fresh on the scene, back out fresh on the scene, back out fresh on the scene. Back out fresh on the scene, 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 back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team, 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 back out fresh on the scene, back out fresh on the scene, back out fresh on the scene.
someone to save. I wanna tell you something new. You drove us both into a wall. I drive away into the night, and I contemplate for a while. Don't you think it would be for the best if I pack my stuff and leave sooner than this? Don't you think it would be for the best if I pack my stuff and leave sooner than this? Don't you wish I would have been someone else? I wanna feel your gap without making a mess at you. Why won't you tell me something new? I wanna tell you something new. I wish you all the best I can, and I stop myself for a while. I'm saying things I don't believe. The panic's rising up in you. Why won't you tell me something new? Don't you think it would be for the best if I pack my stuff and leave sooner than this? Don't you think it would be for the best if I pack my stuff and leave sooner than this? Don't you wish I would have been someone else? I wanna feel your gap without making a mess at you. Why won't you tell me something new? I wanna tell you something new. You drove us both into a wall. I drive away into the night, and I contemplate for a while. Don't you think it would be for the best if I pack my stuff and leave sooner than this? Don't you think it would be for the best if I pack my stuff and leave sooner than this? Don't you wish I would have been someone else? I wanna feel your gap without making a mess at you. Why won't you tell me something new? Wish you all the best I can, then I stop myself for a while.
fresh on the scene. Back out 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 fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team.
Franchise best on the team.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
experience.